gerne slukke jeres mikrofon, når I ikke er på.
Qinuniarta tamatta naalaga kuuterpoqutsavigaatsigit naalannassutsinnik pisuusutinnillu avatangersimagatsigut sernigitigut uaguallallu suliavit ajungitsup suujunnaarutissaanut pissutaaqunata ilinnut kiffassatut atorsinnaalersitsigut tamani atorfissaqartitaaffitsinni naalaga Jeesusi Kristusi quttavigaatsigit ajungitsooqqusatit аллангортинеқарсинаангиммата тоққиссисиматитсигут асанниннарпит аллангаюутсууллунилу аюгааффигисассаангиннарата упперинерани уатсинни пакатиситсинерит сангииллиутиллуунниит илиннит аларнақарлуталуунниит имминигааниссатсиннут писсутааққунагит қиннуигаатсигит анерсаа иллернарту аюнгитсутит сэлсусуиссуму сиуннерсортигут куутимик уатсинниллу инуунермик тоқумиллу ajortit исумаккиигаанеранник тимиттамакинниссааник инуунермаллу наассаангитсумик аамен баласип тусаамаса атуаккиорту аллага иссуаффилаассаваримааппоқ уннуарсиннатторпунга сиоққани писуллунга наалагақ ингиақатигалугу уннуаллу таарнерани исигилерпара инуунерасарсуаллуни ингерласоқ Inuunarapereersoq isigitillугу уллут таарсерааттут пилерпакка тумитмарлук ааппаа тумига ааппаа наалаккама исигииннарпунга уллут уаннут тунниуссат наатсерлугит униппунга тунуммут қиви
There, and then it's English coming out. You have to talk English now.
Inuuninni artornartorsiorfiinerpaasama naаллиуннерпааффимма ерсинуппааффимма анниарнерпааффиммалу налаани таава апераара наалагангаа оқарфигаарма инуунерма уллуини тамана қимаккуманага таамаамат инуоқатигиумаваккит соормиуна перулуннерма налаани кисимиититтарсимавинга наалагарлу акивоқ қиторнангаа асаваккит оқарфигааккиллу ингерлавинни қимаккуманатит кисимиитиккуннангилаккит сивик калуамиллуунниит қимангисааннарсимаваккит такусатисиоққани атаатсимик тумиллит тассааппут уллут илинник киссумиарфикка қинуқатигитта атаатарпут қиланнииттутит аққит иллернартитаали наалагааффиитикиулли пиумасат қиламмисут нунамиссаарпили инуусутиссаатсинни уллумитунисигут акиитсуккатсинниллу исумаккеерфигитигут соорлу уагуттаа акиитсортигут исумаккеерфигигут уссернартумуллу писинната ajortumilli аннаатсигут иллимми пигаатит наалагааффик писсаанерлу наалуннассусерлу наассаангитсумик аамен наалакка пиллуаққулисит сернигалутиллу наалаккап кииннаминик qaammarsarlisit saamaallutillu naalakkap isigilisit eqqissisillutilu aamen
thank you. Thank you so much for this wonderful opening ceremony, for the light lamping, for the prayer, and for the drum dancer. Finally, here we are in Ilulissat, gathering, meeting each other face to face. Almost all of us have made it to Ilulissat, and now we can start our programs with slightly changes. First of all, for those of you that have arrived from abroad outside Greenland, our fellow Inuit, all of you, especially welcome to our country in Greenland, and especially welcome to Ilulissat. We have been looking so much forward to greet you and see you face to face. Of course, we didn't have the chance of seeing each other face to face last year, as the meeting was virtual. But now, finally, after 5 years since we met each other last time, we are meeting each other face to face. It is so wonderful to see you in person. We are very happy to see you. Let me remind you that this year, a lot of things of serious matters are happening around the globe. And this has consequences for us in our country and for our Inuit Nunat. So ICC Chukotka, our fellow Inuits, are not present today. They couldn't make it to here. But I am very thankful that ICC Chukotka's chairperson and the vice chair, they are joining us through the internet this morning and also tomorrow morning. So because Chukotka is middle of the night right now. Valentina and Igor, especially welcome to both of them. We are here, and we are here this year. And last year's General Assembly, or last year's meeting, gave us the mandate already how we are going to be working for the next coming 4 years. As this year's, we call it the Delegates meeting. So we have been working really, really hard to ensure that we are following the Delegates regulations. And also, it has been possible for us to make this conference possible together with close collaboration with the Mayor, Palle Jeremiassen, the municipality of Ilulissat, but also to the City Council, and also to all the staff that have been working really, really hard to ensure that this meeting is a success. And also to the many volunteers that are working this year. And for all the Greenlanders, for everyone that also attended us last year and joined us last year, and this wonderful welcome. Thank you to Palle, Mayor of Ilulissat. Especially thank you to the Executive Council for this unity and united collaboration together. That the meeting were normally to be taking place within 3 days, but now it's going to be taking place in 2 days. But the Executive Council has had really, really good collaboration together, and we have done a really important priority regarding our agenda, and we are following our declaration, of course. With these few words, I would like to welcome you a little more later on. This is a short welcoming for me. I will be having the chair's report of the first year later on today. From my bottom of my heart, welcome to all of you. And later on, we will also be joining together with the Arctic peoples, and we will have a wonderful dialogue and debate together with us. And I've been looking so much forward to seeing you. Warm felt welcome to all of you. There's Marie, Nicole, and others that still are in Ilulissat. But I just saw the other time. I just saw a few minutes ago that they are listening to us from Ilulissat. Hopefully they will make it today. The delegates of 49 are here present today, and hopefully during the day we all will be here, all 66 of us. Palle, welcome.
Saakuyanak asasekka ataqqinartut Inuit naggueqatingut issittormiuqat. dear honored people from the Arctic, and our chairman Sarah Alsvi, and Greenland President Hjalmar Dahl, and delegates and guests. On behalf of the Northern Municipality, I welcome you with happiness from my heart to Ilulissat for the delegates meeting in Ilulissat. Finally, the Northern Municipality is able to welcome you. The dream that we have wanted to achieve have finally become a reality. My mother, Amalie Jeremiasen, was a participant in Kuujjuaq on behalf of elders and the elders conference, and she used to relate to me about the meeting, and this is what's transpired right now today in 2000. These days in 2017, I went to Alaska for the ICC's General Assembly, and the purpose was to be a host in Ilulissat. That was what we were working towards, and now that finally has become a reality, and it was approved by the ICC back then. The Deli Sambodoro, the former president, I worked together with her in 2019. In November at the Hotel Arctic, we signed an agreement then that the 14th General Assembly should be taking place in Ilulissat. Then 5 years have transpired, and it is my utmost happiness to welcome you here today, to this meeting today, that it has finally become a reality. The road towards the meeting and the planning and the coordination has been hard work. There has been a lot of meetings, and in connection with that, I was also, as chairman, also would like to thank those who have been collaborating with ICC Greenland, ICC International, and also local people in Ilulissat who has been working to make this a reality. Thank you to all of you and all the volunteers. I would also like to specifically thank you for your work. On behalf of the Northern Municipality, we are planning towards we are having cultural events this week, and I hope that these cultural events, that the delegates and the local population will gather together and have a good time. There are many things to happen, and everything is open to everyone, and everything is free access. On behalf of the Northern, this is a gift from the Northern Municipality. The rights of the indigenous peoples and the work towards realizing them is something that ICC is working hard to achieve, and this is something that the Northern Municipality is something that we also support. Our kinsmen and all the people of the Arctic, the Inuit, and the rights of the indigenous peoples is something that the Northern community, together with ICC, is something that we will work towards achieving. And the meetings of the Inuit people throughout the Arctic and also become closer is something that we should work towards, something that we value in the Northern Municipality as well. Therefore, it's a pleasure for me, and I'm very proud to announce that the Northern Municipality and the Municipal Council has agreed that the Northern Arctic Games, the Dene and Arctic sports and cultural events will take place from 2025 for the first time. And this event, the first event, is to take place in 2025, and we are working towards making it a reality, and it should take place biannually from then. In recent years, there has been in Alaska and Canada communities where I have been participating, and I have been strengthened spiritually and mentally working with the peoples of the Arctic. Although we don't always understand each other verbally, we understand one another through our traditions and our norms, and the body language, our laughter and humor is the same, and we can also talk to one another, and it's a sign that it is our that what unifies us, all the positive things that unifies us is something that we should all protect. I welcome you once again on behalf of the Northern community, and I hope that this delegates meeting will be a fruitful one and a successful one. And I believe that dialogue is something that will always take place, and I believe that we will reach our common goals. We can, and we prove this every day through our work. And every day we strive towards achieving positive achievements, and I believe that we will achieve this also. Welcome to all of you, and I wish you a good meeting. Thank you.
Welcome everyone. Familiar faces, and you made it. I'm going to talk briefly about the practical information. So on Zoom, we have Valentina Leonova and Igor Vareshekin from Tukaka joining. And Maria and Nicole, I can see, are also joined on Zoom. Hope they make it today. When it is your turn to say something during the workshops, remember to turn up your name badge on the table, so it's folded up. And then remember to turn on and turn off the mic. And a request is that we have our amazing interpreters, and we're interpreting to 5 languages. And remember to speak slowly or take breaks between sentences. In case you have something for the workshops that is going to be presented on slides, or if you have speeches prepared ready, please send to these emails, so ICC Greenland. Please send your materials to ICC Greenland and Cassandra on these emails, and then it will be provided to our interpreters. And remember, if you need something for print, we have our amazing logistical staff will be able to help you with print, and you can also send it to these emails. Today at 11, we have lunch, which is just the next door to the next venue here. So we have lunch from 11 to 12, and then we have dinner from 6 p.m. and until 7:30. And it's at a school up here, just next to the sports hall. So the lunch will be here, but the dinner will be at a different place.
Like this. Finish the English, Jenny.
We have a closed session later today. We have asked that it's going to be the ICC staff who's present, of course, with our logistical and technical staff. Yes, that was all for me. If you have questions, we have our amazing logistical staff, and ask around. Tigilwati, welcome. Thank you.
Let's give him an applause. Thank you so much to Kuluk. He is our executive director at ICC Greenland, Kuluk. We have shortened the times for my speech today, and also because of the shorter period of meeting today. And I have also handed out my chair's report of the first year that has been handed out in Greenlandic and English, and you can see my full speech there. It's going to be a very long day. I will try to make my speech not too long. I will make it as brief as possible. As I mentioned already, it is my true pleasure and honor to see you all here at the ICC meeting. And our gathering, as I already mentioned last year we had our General Assembly last year, and we already had our General Assembly declaration. And this declaration is from 2022 declaration clearly states we are here to reflect on the progress of the work of ICC, take note of recent developments, and I have made my priorities together with the Executive Council to prioritize it down to 7 items. Out of these priorities, we have chosen 5 items that we find very important, that they are part of the agenda. And we find it very important that you, delegates, we would like to hear your inputs, your dialogues and your debates, and your guidelines to how we will be implementing the mandate for the next coming years. So now we have only 2 days for this meeting here at Ilulissat Sports Hall. And it is so important for all of us to hear your input for the coming year's work. So now we have 4 priority items on the agenda items, and we will take it as an importance to see where our standpoint is at ICC right now. And then also I would like to hear your opinion and the thoughts on the different agenda items. And the materials have already been handed out to you, and also our proposal on how we will be implementing the mandate for the coming years. Let me clarify that these are only suggestions, and later on there will be a more fully report for all of us to handle. handout. We are meeting together here today on a period of time which is very challenging. There is war going on in the world, and it has unfortunately also an effect on our in our Arctic lives and in Inuit Nunagat. So this is first time that we have the ICC General Assembly where we are not together. We have been together since 1992, and ICC Chukotka has been part of our members, and we have met them ever since. But this is first time where they are not among us, and this is very, very challenging, and I find it very heartbreaking that they are not present. We have been working really, really hard for the last year, and we are noticing that our connection is getting further and further away from each other, and that really, really hurts for our Inuit hearts. Me as a chair, I find it very important that ICC Chukotka, we should use all our opportunities to have a close collaboration and coordination together with the Chukotka as possible. And whenever we have the opportunities, let them join our unitedness. They will be listening to the meeting for the coming months, for the coming days every morning, and they have also received all the materials written in Russia, and they will also be giving us their reports and inputs in the mornings when they have the opportunity, and Valentina and Igor will be coming up with the inputs as well. These challenging times do not only affect us in our political world, but it also has an effect on us as individuals. And here, for all of you that are here present, I'd like to share with you that we also here for Inuit International, it has a great effect on our lives here because of the war. And I hope that all of us that are here present, please include the Chukotkans in everything we do, and also give space for their priorities in our work also here. Since 1977, as Greenland and as ICC was created, one of the political decisions that were made, and the Greenlandic delegation back then, and also Alaskans back then, when they met each other in Utqiagvik's first time ever. And if you look at the documents back then, you can tell already from back then, we Inuit, we were working really, really hard to feel a unitedness together. And we find it very important that all the 4 states were coming up with a declaration saying that we find a path to find a united collaboration within the Circumpolar region. And this was then implemented in 1992. And we can see through the documents that every time we had the meetings, there were always seats that were empty, but we have always kept the seats for them. And over here in the corner, you can see 2 seats over there are still also. That's for the ICC chair, ICC vice chair from the Chukotkas. Seats are here, the name tags are here, and the seats are just empty. It is so important we never forget them in all our achievements, in all our thrive to work together, even though they're not present. In our prioritized agenda items, we have very important items to talk about. We'll be talking about governance on maritime governance, and we'll be talking about the ICC structure and our work, and we'll be working on hunting and food security. And also we'll be talking about the decade of indigenous peoples' languages, and we'll be talking with each other about how we are going to be implementing the 10 years of indigenous peoples' languages under United Nations. And also infrastructure is also another language, another word that is very difficult for us in Greenlandic to translate. Infrastructure is going to be also one of the prioritized agenda items that you have decided last year already. So now, when I am mentioning this as a chair, I will not be going into details that much, but I would like to emphasize 3 agenda items. First of all, when we are trying to work together in the Arctic. And the states that are working together in the Arctic, the most important forum is the Arctic Council. And within the last 3 decades, it's the Arctic Council that is of the greatest importance for our political forum. And due to the international crisis, it is also facing different challenges as well. A lot of people are saying that some of the working groups have been put into pause. It has naturally an important consequence for us, but that means that our inputs of substance to the Arctic Council is the most important political forum for us. To all the forums that we're working within the 6 fields, all of them, and this is the most important field of forum we have, where we have a direct, strong voice to be at the Arctic Council. Me as a chairperson, but also the Executive Council. And ever since we are the new Executive Council, we have been working really, really hard for the last year to try to have a strong dialogue together with the nations and states that have a good eye for the Arctic, and also to find partnerships. And I'm very happy that May 11th, that the Arctic Council had a meeting on May 11, where the 8 states, member states, were joining. And the indigenous populations of 6 also joined them, that we also through ICC were joining them. The Arctic Council is so important that we work. We haven't really got it there yet, but with the coming years will be very, very important, because we are facing very, very big challenging issues that we have to deal with the others, and also to find a very good and strong political path in the Arctic. We still have a lot of work ahead of us. Let me emphasize especially that we are the indigenous peoples of the Arctic, and we are the ones that are living in the Arctic. It is so important that the international society are working with the Arctic, with the state lines and also borders. But we are always working together with each other without these borders. We are thinking in a circumpolar manner. So therefore, it is so important that it hurts so much in my heart that our communication, our collaboration, and our unitedness has been broken within these years. So the coming time is not going to be much easier in the coming months, and I don't think it's going to be easier with the coming years. But let me emphasize that we were created during the time where the Cold War started. So because of that, we have always kept our focus in working together for the Arctic agenda. So that is so important. We keep that in focus. So I think that this is one of the ways that we should also work within the Arctic Council. So important that we work together from one person to the other, and also helping each other from people to people. Another thing that I would like to mention this morning is the United Nations, the indigenous peoples' situation at the United Nations, under United Nations. Since 1983, we have a consultative status under United Nations under ECOSOC. And this year is 40 years since we have achieved this status. It is a very important status we have, and many other indigenous peoples are looking at it with high respects. The United Nations are not only the countries, as we mentioned it in English, United Nations, the word nations itself. And that is not necessarily only that it is under United Nations Charter. We, the peoples, the United Nations, you can only obtain membership at United Nations as a nation. Because we are indigenous peoples and the status we have since 1983, that means that we are working under United Nations as a non-governmental organization, as an NGO. And there are more than 6,000 NGOs that all are connected with the United Nations. And they can be so different from us, and they can have such different priorities. So therefore, it is so important that we, in collaboration together with all the indigenous peoples around the world, we work really, really hard to ensure that the indigenous peoples' agenda on the United Nations are to be stronger than they are today. And we know that we are not a nation, but we are a nation as peoples. And I think it is so important that that we also have a seat on the United Nations as the indigenous peoples' seat under United Nations, not only under NGO status. And that means enhanced participation under the indigenous peoples on the UN. And that means the indigenous people's rights and the declarations on indigenous people's rights when they finished it in 2007. And this has been debated and discussed around the world. And since 1925, and even before the United Nations was created, the indigenous peoples were already knocking on the door for the United Nations. So in 2013, we, the indigenous peoples around the world, we had a meeting in Sami country. In 2017, we were having a meeting and preparing together for the United Nations meeting for indigenous peoples there. So that means our strategy, our way of working, and the agenda items we've always had, we were united under one. And also very important that our declaration is to be heard internationally, and so important that we also are putting down our thoughts into a declaration and ensure that international society also sees that. And the documents that we are coming up with, and we're going to the United Nations and saying that this is our declaration. We would like to achieve greater influence on the United Nations. So this declaration, we used that, and we brought that with us to the United Nations, and it was adopted as a resolution on the United Nations last meeting. So that means because of this approach we have, it was possible for us to take the next step. And I think also, and this work has been taken, and we are attending that through ICC. And now, and I'm taking it as a part of our first year report, because I think it is so important that we have an enhanced participation of indigenous peoples in the United Nations, because it is so important. It is so important that we, as peoples in the international world, do have an important role, and that we are engaging in all matters what regards indigenous people's rights, that we have a strong voice and also have this integrity we have already as a culture from ancient times from our ancestors. And we are the ones to go straight forward and also show the path on how indigenous peoples can be enhanced also on the United Nations. And it is so important that we are working, because we are working as Inuit Nunat, we are all working under different states. Still, we have always felt as one, and we are still thinking as one here under ICC. Through ICC, we have a strong voice. It is very exciting to see what the future might bring for us and how the indigenous peoples can get a stronger presentation on the United Nations. Are we going to have an ambassador for our indigenous peoples? Because our work as indigenous non-governmental organizations will no longer be the most important path if we get a seat on the United Nations. So we are going to have to be talking about on behalf of whom indigenous peoples are we going to be working. And that means, is it going to be indigenous peoples' organizations, or is it going to be governments or parliament members, or are they going to be sitting there on behalf of the mandate they come from? So for us that are working in the Arctic, we are working with very different terms of conditions that we all are working on, but I think it is very important that we should have a much stronger and enhanced location at the United Nations. In conclusion, the last one that I would like to mention is that the rights of the women. During this meeting, we'll be talking about different kinds of agenda items. We'll have the opportunity to talk about it into depth. But another thing we don't mention is there could be so many things. But the rights to the women, I would like to mention that especially because of one specific reason. First of all, in the international society, especially among the indigenous peoples, the women's situation have started to have a much stronger voice than ever before, and also among Inuit women. We are no longer quiet. The consequences of the colony time and the consequences from colony time and legally discriminations, the nations and governments around the world that have made decisions that have had great consequences to women and to the fertility, and we start to see different kinds of harm that has been done to the women. And we have heard of that before, but the consequences, how big that is, and on what numbers we are talking of, and what figures we're talking of, we have started to see that now coming to the surface. So when we are talking of the women's rights, I would like to emphasize that doesn't mean that we are not talking about the rights of our men, but that means that we as a people, we as a nation, we as indigenous peoples and fellow Inuit, and also if we look at our number, nations were doing whatever they could to minimize the populations in the Arctic. So it's so important that we take that also up to as an agenda item. The women have been stopped in making children, and this naturally has a great impact on our culture, our identity and integrity. And we know that IUD case that we had here in Greenland, and we know from the reporting of the IUD cases in Greenland, where half of the women and girls down to the age of 12 were fitted with IUDs during a so-called IUD campaign in 1960s and 70s, some without their knowing or consent. That this clearly affected the expected popular number. And we have also seen that in Canada, and we have seen the consequences and how big these are and how large that is. And I think it is so important that we as individuals, we see that, and we see also women that are taking the case as individual, bringing it to the court. So I think it is so important that we, ICC, Inuit Indigenous Peoples Council, it is so important that we talk of our rights, and our forum that is talking of our rights. And I think it is so important that these women that have been harmed through this things. So I think it is so important that ICC declares its full support to these women that have been harmed through the history. And it is so important that we, in our work, also do something about it drastically. So let me emphasize one more time. I am so happy that we, among the international world, among the indigenous peoples, among the girls and women, and our rights are to be highlighted, especially also within ICC. The women's rights under United Nations, under that council, last year in October 2022, came up with the declaration, came up with a new resolution, a new one. They came up with that. And especially there, it was especially highlighted that we as individual indigenous peoples have a specific right to be protected as women, and also highlighting the rights of indigenous girls and women. So I'm so thankful that we among us are working really, really hard to ensure the rights of women. And also, I'm so thankful that the international society has started to listen to us, and this work is far from finished. We will work really hard to ensure that this will be finished properly. These are the three things that I wanted to highlight this morning. And these are the things that we would like, the agenda items that we are not going to be talking of fully. But I think that I wanted to highlight it especially this morning. And I'm sure that among the many agenda items that we're going to be discussing about, we will have really good discussions and debates and reflection interventions. And because we are talking of our individual rights, our health and our mental and physical well-being is being discussed, and we would like to develop our country as within the economic development in our countries individually, and our language situation and our Inuit different kinds of dialects, and how do we collaborate with each other much closer than we ever do today, and that's on our agendas. I am looking so much forward to hear about all your thoughts, and I certainly do hope that you all will have a wonderful time here in Ilulissat within this week. And I'm looking so much forward for great days. And thank you so much for Avanna de Comunia, the Municipal Council of Avanna, that they also are in charge of the cultural program. Because as we were making an agreement last year, we were not only agreeing with each other and saying that they are organizing this meeting, but they also have found it very important that we have a very strong cultural program as well. And I'm so thankful that this is there. Thank you so much. All delegates meeting, I announce it hereby as open.
Can we have the video of? Thank you.
Asasakka nakkueqatit niutusilutamassi mannoqalugiaat aallartinneqarpoq qullermik ikittinermik.
If a lamp is not attended, it will no longer light. Oh, it's already translated, so I will not be translating it.
Titsisarluni. Inuit 180.000 timissaana amerlassusillit issittumina yuaqartugut sinnerluta maanina yuuppusi. Pingaauteqarluinnarpusi ilissiugusimi aqutissatsinnik takutitsisussat. Issittuminunat inoqqaavisa suliniaqatigiiffiat ICC ukiorpaalussuarni maanakkut ingerlasimagu. Ullun tulliuttuni quliquttanik assiingitsunik pingaauutilinnik eqqartuissamarpusi. Ilaatigut imartanik aqutsineq inuiaqatiginu atortulersuutit amigaataanerat piniarneq inuussissaqarniarnerlu kiisalununat inoqqaavisa oqaasi tamatta oqaatigut eqqartortussaavasi. Inuit Circumpolar pisinnaatitaafiilu illersorneqartuassapput. Inuillu kultuuriat tammatsaaliorlugu eriagissawarput. Aama inuit issittumi avatangiisiat paarilluassawarput. Uagummi maani issittumi najuaqarpugut. Uagummi maani issittumi oqartussaafeqarpugut. Uagummi maani issittumi najuaqartuusugut aqutissarput ilusilersortussaawarput. Maaniituarsimavugummi maaniituassallutalu. Qilaat katuaqangikkuni ingertoqarsinnaangilaq. Qanortuq qilaatip katuarpalaarnera nunarsuarmiuqatitsinnik ataqqinneqarluni tusaayumaneqartuarli. Ulluni tulliuttuni ataatimeersuarluarnissassinnik kissaapassi ataatimoorluarisi ataqatigiilluarisi quyanaq.
подписия.
Thank you. I will speak a little bit louder this time. Is it okay? Can you hear me? Can people hear me? Thank you. So I will give a brief introduction to the workshop and program and the meeting format. And then afterwards, we'll do the introductions of delegates. As you know, we have shortened the program. So today, we will discuss the marine governance after lunch, and then we'll have the closed session on ICC's governance structure. And tomorrow, we will have the International Decades of Indigenous Languages, followed by hunting and food security. And for the infrastructure deficit or priorities that was on the program initially, we have decided that we're going to the staff has been tasked to do written feedback, so we're going to do a survey, which will be conducted around the workshop. So each delegate can expect that to receive some written request or in-person requests. The format of the workshops will usually be that this is all in plenary, and then we'll do introductions and welcomes. We'll do some status on the work that is doing on these different themes. And then there's going to be facilitated discussions. Also, after a request, tomorrow, before the closing ceremony, closing session, we will have an open dialogue where every delegate can bring up what they want to say, bring up a theme or say something, closing remarks, and then we'll have the closing session. Yes, that was it. And then I will start with, starting with the introductions of all delegates. I will ask the head of delegations to provide those introductions or steer the introductions of their delegations. But first, I will ask our Chukotka Executive Council members, Chukotka President and Vice President, to introduce themselves.
Я с очень большой радостью приветствую всех делегатов на этом прекрасном, замечательном.
I'm very glad to see all the delegates at this meeting. On behalf of all Inuits from Chukotka, I would like to greet everybody, to thank everybody for including us, despite of all the obstacles to join the meeting, to participate in this event. Today, when we joined online, we saw our picture on your big screen, and then we also saw your hall where you gathered. And for a second, we felt like we were inside of it, as if we were there in person. We would like to thank you, all the people who organized this event. Wants to say thank you for making sure that we could join you even online. For us, it's very important. We value that very much. We appreciate the fact that you remember us, and especially touching was the fact that you even put the chairs for us in your room. And this gives us strength and energy to continue our work and collaboration. ICC Chukotka value very much that international organization has that very active character that we as an international organization have a very big, huge experience of a dialogue with different political organizations and to lots of experience in different fields. And during all the years of our international organization, we saw lots of successful things, and ICC Chukotka will continue collaboration and participation in all the joint events. We see that this kind of a partnership and collaboration, including online regime, helps us to continue our work, and we hope that it will help us to work and make it successful, also to strengthen our connections and maybe even improve them. We also value our unity, our ethnic unity. We have 30 years of our cooperation work together, and we will participate maybe partially, but in every events, and especially this one, this meeting of the delegates in Ilulissat. Thank you so much. Yegor Vereshchagin, the vice chair, would like to also join and say that he wholeheartedly agrees with Valentina, with everything she just said, and wishing everybody a very successful 2 days of work in Ilulissat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Valentina and Igor. Now we'll do the introductions. We'll start by the Greenlandic delegations, and then followed by the Canadian delegation, and then the Alaskan delegations. And then I will give the word to Head of Delegation, Guldengor Bertelsen.
Hello, can you hear me? I am the Head of Delegation of Greenland. And I will mention the names of the delegates, and I would like to ask you to, whenever your names are mentioned, please stand up. So the Fishermen's and Hunters Organization in Greenland, Nikolai Jeremiasen. And the Sports Federation of Greenland, Nuga Kleeman. And the children's advocate, Avia Igelunge. And Greenlandic Youth and Children's Council, Emma Leonard from Soflik. And Greenland ICC Delegate President, Hjalmar Der. And the representative of the Parliament, Aslak Jensen. And ICC President, and appointed by the Parliament on behalf of IA, Sarah Olsvig, the IA party, ICC President. And the handicapped, the organization of handicapped organization, Charlie Simonsen. And Teachers Association, Lena Reimer. And Pedagogues Association, Mini Emma Christensen. And Human Rights Organization, Katrina Böttger. And the elders organization, Kasper Larsen. And the Northern Municipal Delegate appointed by the Northern Municipalities, Aqalu Yaramesen. And the sled drivers organization, Mikkel Yaramesen, dog sled drivers. And myself, Roludangwar Bertelsen, on behalf of the Workers' Union and head of Delegates, the delegation, Roludangwar Bertelsen.
And now I'll give the word to Mr. Nathan Obed.
Nakomik. It's wonderful to be here in Ilulissat. So I will speak up, thank you. The Canadian delegation is excited to be here. It's wonderful to be hosted here in Ilulissat, and we're very thankful to be here. Of course, Lisa Kopekwaluk is the Inuit Circumpolar Council Canada president. Herb Nakamayuk is the Inuit Circumpolar Council Canada vice president. And then with our delegation, I'll start at the end. Gerald Asivak is from Nunatsiavut government. Melva Williams is also from the Nunatsiavut government. Johannes Lamp from Nunatsiavut government as well. George Berthy from Makivik, from Nunavik. Adami Delil Alaku from Makivik Corporation as well. Pita Atami, the president for Makivik Corporation. Ulayok Akisuk, the president of Kikitani Inuit Association. Aluki Kutyok, president for Nunavut Tungavik. Dean Airy, who's a delegate from the Inuvialuit Corporation. Dwayne Smith, the chair and CEO of Inuvialuit Regional Corporation. Eveline Storr, the Inuvialuit Regional Corporation. Robert Greenlee from the Hitamute Inuit Association from Nunavut. Levi Barnabas, who's also a delegate from Nunavut. And Jerry Sharp, who's the president of Paututi Inuit Women of Canada. Those are the delegates for the Canadian delegation.
Thank you, Nathan. And then I will leave the word to Vivian Guthrie for the Alaska delegates.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Vivian Corthius. I've been asked to be head of delegation for Alaska. We are very, very happy to be here on behalf of our people. And I'm going to go down the delegates' names, and I would ask them to stand. First, we have George Edwardson, ICAS. Elizabeth Cravallo, NANA. James Paul, AVCP. Joshua Vo, he's our youth delegate. Thaddeus Tikyun Jr., AVCP. Myself, I am with AVCP. Mary David Koerik. Roy Ashenfelter, Bering Straits. Nathan Handley, Northwest Arctic. I believe he is online. Percy Ballot, Manilik. Edward Adams, AVCP. Deborah Ayuk, Bering Straits. Crawford Paktukak, North Slope. Bridget Anderson, ASRC. Nicole Kanurak, she's online. Marie Green is online. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, so I will ask, this will come as a surprise for my fellow executive directors. So I will ask one of the executive directors, maybe starting with Kelly, on introducing some of the staff. I can start by myself at least. I haven't introduced myself. My name is Kuluk Livat. I'm the executive director at Chair's office. And we have some from the Greenlandic delegation. So we have our amazing logistical staff, which consists of Annemette Andersen standing behind there and being perfect. She's busy talking to someone. And then we have Karen Eel, who's an external consultant who has helped a lot with the logistical staff and have amazing contacts to Air Greenland. She's standing up there. And we have Victoria Bushman, who is our environmental and policy advisor. And then we have our amazing student assistants sitting at the table over there. It's Bettina Bertelsen and Linda Løbert Christiansen. Thank you. And then, as a bit of a surprise, I will ask Executive Director Kelly to go up here. Thank you, to introduce some of her staff.
Good morning. I'm Kelly Inningwalk. I'm the Executive Director of ICC Alaska. We have several staff from our office here. Verne Ognavakuk, our Cultural Sustainability Advisor. Eileen Adams, Project Coordinator. We have Benjamin Charles, our Coastal Monitoring Manager. Christina Fields, our Communications Director. Ann Howarth with the Nana Regional Corporation, our Planning Committee member. Mary Kay Henry with AVCP, a Planning Committee member. Our interpreters, we have Dorothy Edwardson, Inupiaq interpreter. Doris Daniel, Yupik interpreter. Frida Jimmy, Yupik interpreter. We also have an intern from the University of Michigan, our partnership, Katie Cowell. And that's Alaska staff.
Thank you. Do I see Lisa around here?
Yes, she's there.
She's preparing.
She's coming.
And then, in the meantime, I can also say that the Greenlandic interpreters, we have one of the best in the country, which is Alaka Hamon and Nuka Müller. It's interpreting right now. It's a dream team, and of course we have other experienced and some new, and we have Banna Iversen on behind, and then we have Tita Raun and Beningor Christiansen, who will also join, hopefully, if the planes allow it. Thank you. And then I will give the word to Lisa.
Good morning. Thank you, everyone. We're very pleased to have a large delegation of Canadian staff with us to support us today. We have, I'll go with first names because we've got such a long list, but Stephen, Cassandra, Sam, and Carson are here as part of the Canadian communications team. We have Josh, Matthew, Sean from IRC, Melody Lavalley from Nunavut, Jeremy from ICC Canada, Papatsy and April from ICC Canada, Anne from ICC Canada, Isabella from Nunatsiavut, Elizabeth from ITK, Lisa Mullins, our archivist, and John Crump is still in an airport on his way here in Kangalusuak. Thank you very much, everyone. And Anne. I said Anne again.
Yes, and then I'll introduce some more people from my side. We have the technical staff who is allowing all this interpretation and Zoom to be possible. It is Jan and Sebastian over there sitting at the technical staff. And then my sincere gratitude for the Vanada Comunia. We have Rick Jensen. I'm not sure she's in the room. She has made it all possible as well. And yes, we have a hand up.
I'd like to take the opportunity to introduce two of our staff members from Paututik. We have our Executive Director, Rosemary, as well as Cheryl.
Thank you very much. And then I would leave, so we have a little bit more time at least, so we can go a little bit earlier to lunch. There's lunch at 11. But before that, I would ask Carson Teguna to coordinate a group photo session with the delegates. And we have, unless anyone wants to speak something, wants to say anything. Yes, there's a hand up.
Yeah, we also have our own translators here.
We are here with Ida Saunders and Alice and Susie. These are our Canadian interpreters. And John Dupuy is my assistant. He is also present here. And Carson, who will be taking the photo, George and I saw these big hamutik last night. It would be a great idea to have us all on one of these big hamutik to have our photo taken. It would be a great idea. It would be representing us going in the same direction on one sled. I think it would make a great image, a great Inuit image. That's an idea I share with you. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, this is Roy Ashenfelter from Alaska. We also have youth that have come from Alaska. They worked really hard to get here. Anyway, they're back here and really appreciate their presence here. So I just wanted to make sure that they're welcome.
Do I see another hands raised? If not, then Carson Taguna just told me that we're going to take a group photo outside, and we will go to lunch afterwards, which starts at 11. And thank you very much for the opening session. Now it's adjourned. Thank you. Attention, sorry. Attention. Please, attention here. So Carson will steer and coordinate it all. If you can raise his hands a little bit quickly over there. We will take pictures at the big Kamutit outside. Thank you.
Светлана, да, ты нас слышишь. Спасибо большое. Тогда мы, наверное, чуть подождем на всякий случай, да, вот, или как мы сделаем сейчас, получается. Вдруг они сейчас сразу придут, или как?
Вообще, ну да, если это у них завершающее мероприятие на этот момент, да, значит, ага. Ну, у вас же договоренность с ними, что вы работаете вот 2 часа, да? Как...
Ага,
Да, правильно, хорошо. А послезавтра еще 20-е же тоже? Или нет? Или...
Угу.
Мгм. Получается, вот программа у них будет такая. Сейчас вот после ланча у них будет управление морскими ресурсами, а потом завтра у них с утра дефицит инфраструктуры, да, а потом охота и продовольственная безопасность. А языки тогда когда, получается? И вот
Мгм.
ага. А,
Мгм.
м, да. А, мгм. Ага. А вы не могли бы уточнить, в какое время будут языки? Мы будем присутствовать в этот момент, когда языки будут обсуждать, или нет? Да? Мгм. Вот, если первыми языки, замечательно, потому что у меня там есть по языкам кое-какое предложение хотела.
Мгм.
Всё, да.
А потом еще, получается, охота и продовольствие тоже завтра, да, получается, да? А,
Попадалось.
So our subsistence is because we have diversity, and also our collaboration. When I'm among Inuit fellow Inuit, that encourages me. It encouraged me to work towards the future. I will be directing the workshop, and I will talk about the workshop that we'll be working on. Our discussions this afternoon. We want to learn from the workshop this afternoon. I will be providing a presentation starting with that, and also people from other Inuit Nunangat will have their voice and talk about their priorities. There is a questionnaire concerning workshops, which should be supportive. It has 3 items there. Marine governance. We'll be discussing marine governance, and also talk about the direction you feel that would involve participation of Inuit concerning marine governance. First, marine governance. On marine governance, what is that to you? What does that mean to you? The second one, Arctic shipping, and the third one, Inuit leadership, and also to preserve resources on the land. Also, we will conclude this afternoon with to see if we understood the discussion, your voice, and then we will have a brief conclusion on that, because this is to be included in the reports. And it will be going towards the United Nations report.
Is the PowerPoint being forwarded? Is it being changed?
We're on slide 3.
Number 2, slide 2. I think the statement from the Niliayut 2 document speaks to the urgency and importance of understanding our rights, ensuring we have a collective vision of marine governance across Inuit Nunat, and the importance the marine region plays in our culture, food security, wellness, and economy. Inuit have a well-established maritime culture. As our 2018 report, "The sea is our highway," states. In 2014, "The sea ice never stops," spoke to the reality that shapes our culture and practices across Inuit Nunat, our homeland. In wintertime, our highway is sea ice. In summertime, it is the open sea. The sea is integral to the Inuit way of life. Because we still rely on our harvested food for a large portion of our diet, and because hunting and being out on the land are central to our culture. We continue to use the land and sea in the same way our ancestors did for thousands of years. This connection to land, ocean, and ice gives Inuit a great sense of pride, a connection to the past, and a general well-being. Well, we have resolved to adapt to the changed climate and thinning ice as best we can, and show considerable confidence that we will succeed. We are less sure about what increased shipping and northern development may mean for our future. What is marine governance? Inuit rely on marine wildlife for physical sustenance and our cultural renewal, and in turn, we are the stewards of our Arctic marine environment and dependent on ensuring its long-term health and sustainability. Safeguarding the Arctic marine regions safeguards our very future. Therefore, we must be central to all decision-making and governance regarding the Arctic Ocean, from your communities to the United Nations. Our knowledge systems emphasize the connectivity between land, water, and ice, and this way of thinking is integrally linked to Inuit culture, our way of life, and our resource use and management practices. This is also governance.
Inuit marine governance, we mean the ways to organize and make certain Inuit rights in the marine space are developed and ensured. There are international rules which govern the oceans, the high seas, and much of Inuit Nunat. These are at state levels, federal legislation in each of our homelands, developed in capitals far to the south, and at the international level. Rules that Inuit were not part of in defining, like the Polar Code, the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, our land claims and self-government agreements, and our treaties do protect our rights in a variety of ways. Can we strengthen our marine governance through additional tools? Are we at the tables creating, amending, revising these governance instruments? In the 2023 ITK Inuit Marine Governance Paper, The Oceans We Share, Inuit Nunangat Marine Policy Priorities and Recommendations, it's clear the connectivity of the marine region throughout Inuit Nunat. In the concept note, you will see mention of marine governance through multilateral forums, Arctic shipping, and Inuit-led conservation of our marine regions. But marine governance is not limited to these areas. We encourage you to add to that list and provide guidance and perspectives as you experience the marine environment in your region. Now, take a moment to look at the breadth of Inuit Nunat and the marine region of Inuit Nunat, stretching from the far east of Russia across Bering Strait and Chukchi Sea, through Alaska and the Beaufort Sea, including the high seas of the Central Arctic Ocean, and east through the Arctic Archipelago, the Northwest Passage, Hudson Bay, Hudson Strait, Baffin Bay, Pikela Suksuak, Sakvaksjak, the Labrador Sea to the North Atlantic on the east coast of Greenland. This is a massive coastline and marine region that teems with resources and that have sustained our people for millennia. This marine region is also connected to the global marine system. Now, more and more ships are passing through these waters. The ice is melting, bringing new challenges and opportunities. The threats to our marine regions come from outside, and these threats are forcing change within. As predicted in 2008, the Sea Ice is Our Highway report, we are seeing increases in shipping in Inuit Nunat as the ice melts and shipping lanes open up. The Oceanographic and Atmospheric Agency of the US showed a doubling of shipping from 2009 to 2019. And the Arctic Council have reported a 25% increase between 2013 and 2019. These are trends that only show that ship traffic will only increase in years to come. And this brings opportunities and risks. We know shipping is critical infrastructure for our communities. Much of the goods and services we now use come by the sea lift and resupply. This includes community fuel, building supplies, store-bought food. Inuit are also ship owners and have an economic and employment interest in shipping in our regions. There are also more vessels fishing, bringing tourists, looking for shorter trade routes, and developing extractive resource industries. While our communities depend on shipping and should enjoy any economic benefits, there are risks. Multiple concerns include underwater noise, black carbon, pollution, disturbance, ballast water, invasive species, routing, climate impacts. Shipping is a lifeline for our communities, essential for livelihoods and community survival, but we always need it. We always need to make sure it is safe, clean, more reliable, efficient, and economically viable. Now, this slide shows us a couple of things, two issues. One, you see the purple areas. The darker the purple, the more ship-borne black carbon emissions. And the blue line that you see, just earlier I mentioned the Polar Code. That Polar Code is created by the International Maritime Organization that defines this area as the Arctic area, that's the geographic definition that falls within the Polar Code. And that doesn't include all of Inuit Nunat. You see a good part of Nunavik, where I come from, and Nunatsiavut, they are left out. However, there's also some good news story. We have a new initiative, the 7-year Hanittak Clean Shipping Initiative that's funded by Canada First Research Excellence Fund that will help us build capacity in our communities to engage in the shipping industry and support a sustainable Arctic fleet for the future, whether Inuit-owned or foreign-owned. We need to be engaged in ship design, marine law and regulations that govern shipping in our waters. This is Inuit-led governance. Over 6 years ago, ICC began a process to obtain consultative status at the International Maritime Organization. And this is a very important international body that regulates shipping, including in the Arctic and Inuit Nunat. In 2021, ICC was the first Indigenous peoples organization to gain provisional consultative status. And this was reconfirmed this month in London, UK, and ICC will continue to work to obtain full consultative status. And the IMO is to make a decision in 2025 about our status. The IMO is a UN agency with headquarters in London, and it has 172 member countries and over 150 observer organizations. It develops regulations for international shipping, which are applied in various ways depending on the United Nations Law of the Sea jurisdictions. Canadian, Alaskan, Greenland, and Russian state regulations are heavily influenced by IMO rulemaking. So why the IMO? IMO decisions affect every aspect of shipping in and around Inuit communities. Having a voice at the IMO table ensures Inuit rights are heard. And we've had recent success. The revised underwater noise guidelines for ships include specific mention of operating conditions in Inuit Nunat and the need to account for Indigenous knowledge, our knowledge. ICC made this happen along with a special communication to all IMO members that we are preparing right now, that is to be sent out in the fall, on how to reduce underwater noise in Inuit Nunat waters. The importance of this in the larger marine governance framework is shipping is important to have Inuit present, and our voices are heard on issues of underwater noise, to black carbon, to the future of safe ship design transiting through Arctic waters. Working towards efficient, clean, zero-emission and safe Arctic shipping is in all of our best interest and will require a collaborative effort. It's because shipping is so important to us that we began an engagement with IMO. Our intricate knowledge, awareness, and experience within the Arctic, your knowledge, your awareness of the marine environment are all important elements of our contribution to the IMO. By being at the IMO, having a physical presence with leadership and knowledge holders, our Indigenous knowledge can help create a fair, equitable, and just transition and inform decision-making. The IMO must embrace Indigenous knowledge and scientific knowledge together as they can benefit people, lands, waters, and species. So this method acknowledges the distinct viewpoints and backgrounds of Indigenous peoples such as ourselves, resulting in policies that support our identity, respect of dignity, and recognize our right to self-determination. This approach also allows Indigenous peoples to actively participate in decision-making processes affecting their homelands. This is Inuit-led governance. I'd like to talk now about another aspect of marine governance, Inuit-led conservation. Even though this takes many forms across our regions, it can lead to outcomes which ensure self-determination. It can support and protect our harvesting rights, and it can promote the use and inclusion of Inuit knowledge. Shifting the conservation paradigm from one typically imposed on us, on Indigenous peoples, to an Inuit-led process is not without its challenges. An example of a successful Inuit-led conservation effort is Bigela-Sursoir. Inuit use and occupy the Bigela-Sursoir. We have centuries of our knowledge of this region and its wildlife. In speaking with the communities, the Commission sought local and Inuit knowledge to guide the recommendations for an Inuit strategy for the future of Ilulissat. Inuit recommendations on monitoring, management, and mobility were put forward. And the future in Ilulissat must be fundamentally governed by Inuit values and rights based on your vision. As we work together throughout Inuit Nunat on marine stewardship and Inuit-led conservation, we need to connect our efforts to create ecological integrity and a holistic approach reflecting Inuit knowledge systems across Inuit Nunat. As we've seen in the Ilulissat, Inuit-led conservation has developed governance structures that have solidified our Inuit rights in this important and unique marine region. Tamanito halagami panong na to. Tay mali.
The oceans play a vital role in Earth's climate, shaping weather and climate across the globe, and are central to the planet's overall health and well-being. However, the integrity and stability of ocean ecosystem dynamics are being seriously threatened by factors such as the loss of sea ice, ocean acidification, ocean warming, microplastics, coastal erosion, impacts to marine mammal habitat, including whale calving areas, and subsequent impacts on food chains. Therefore, the existing international legal order concerning contaminants, biodiversity, oceans, and climate change requires direct recognition of and respect for the intimate linkages between each of these dynamic elements of our planet. From an Inuit perspective, like human rights, all living beings are interrelated, interdependent, and interconnected. When one dimension is impacted, there's a dynamic cascade amongst connecting ecological structures across abiotic, biotic, and cultural elements. When addressing oceans, all of humanity is dependent upon the health and sustainability of the planet's oceans and coastal seas. Our oceans are covered by a range of international legal instruments. These range from the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea to the International Maritime Organization and Polar Code, which I spoke of earlier, and numerous other global conventions, agreements, and guidelines, including the United Nations Climate Agreements and the Convention on Biological Diversity Global Biodiversity Framework, and the United Nations Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdictions are tools Inuit help shape. Now we need to be engaged to make certain Inuit voices, our Inuit voices, our communities, our leaders and knowledge holders, and our youth. Bring indigenous knowledge to all these international forums. Inuit need to be heard internationally, as many of the issues we face our marine regions come from outside the Arctic. Our message is that Inuit matter globally. The knowledge we have is important in decision-making about the ecosystem we are part of and protect. We have rights to these lands and resources and the responsibility to self-govern these regions and achieve self-determination. ICC will continue to be the voice of Inuit internationally. Together, we can steward our marine regions, the ice, the resources, the coast, and the oceans. And I will listen to your opinions, and we will have a discussion on this. Thank you very much. We continue.
Am I facilitating? Okay. Ate.
I see Peter's hand. Peter. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you also for all the work that has been done. Our homeland is mentioned. We will remain on our homeland, and as much as we can, we must prioritize our environment. The newly developed technologies, for example, we're seeing a movement towards electric. As ship owners or vessel owners in Nunavik, our vessels are not clean types of vessels, so it will be necessary for us to take action in the service that we provide by providing cargo service for the people who live in the Arctic. These vessels are noisy and they are polluting the environment. And we agree and acknowledge that as Inuit and being also owners of these vessels, we cannot just point to others for the problem. It is also the only means we have for our life in the Arctic. This is our only means of transportation. They will continue to arrive to the Arctic. I want to stress, we say our homeland. Lisa, you mentioned the Northwest Passage. I will just give an example also for the listening audience. As Inuit, we have already named our lands, our lakes, our islands. And so just as an example, I will ask what is the name for Northwest Passage that Nunavut use. We have been told it is Talluhatik. I believe we must use the Inuit place names when we make official references to these places. There are peoples who have said they have discovered a land and named it as they desired, but these lands have been preoccupied by or already occupied by Inuit and are already named by Inuit. And unfortunately, I do not use the names that have been given by non-Inuit. I prefer to continue to use place names that are in Inuktitut. And yes, your reference to the Northwest Passage, Lisa, we are on board with you. We will be involved as well. I believe we have about 50% ownership in Nunavik of the vessels that traverse in the waters. And so I just wanted to point this out, Lisa, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. Yes, thank you as well, Pita. That's very clear, and we have noted that. Ulayu. Thank you. Thank you, Lisa. I just wanted to say, Pita has already said it very well. When we talk about marine governance, I am from Baffin Island. And Baffin Island, I am the elected authority of Baffin Island, and I want to refer to that. I want to mention the Northwest Passage. There was an agreement signed with the federal government in 2019 to address the work that is necessary to have more governance in these waters. The communities that are impacted the most by around the Northwest Passage, while we have been conducting this work, they have been included in this agreement. These communities will have surveyors or monitors on the wildlife and the marine life to monitor whether there are diseases or if the populations are depleting. The monitors in these communities are hunters, and this is their employment. However, their harvest will be sampled. They take samples from what they harvest, so that then the samples are studied at the government level. So we have this practice. It has gone very well. These kits are provided to the hunters. I believe we have now been about 7 years into this agreement, and the federal government funded up to $15 million for this effort. Currently, we are now working on another file, a newer effort with the federal government. We are in dialogue with them regarding our marine regions. If we will be developing policy regarding our marine waters, we want to be first and foremost in this development, and we want to see our involvement in the future. So we have signed to this. And this is we would like to be compensated for the work we have already been doing. If they wish to be involved in our waters, in the waters between Baffin Island and Greenland, in the Davis Strait, we have informed them that we want to be the ones in control, and we will only sign if we will be the ones in charge of the governance. As Lisa was just speaking about governance, we want to be the ones governing. But we will also want to collaborate with the government. We have worked very hard to get to this point, and we are aware that the government takes a long time to work on agreements. However, it is more urgent. We have they are urging us to do this work quickly, but we don't want to rush through the necessary work. When you rush through something, we can arrive at where we do not want to arrive. As I mentioned, we signed an agreement with them in 2019 regarding the Northwest Passage. We would like to have more management control, and this to be recognized internationally, that we are the ones who are governing. It was mentioned by our Prime Minister Trudeau in December of 2021, I think it was, if it was not in 2022, that the $800 million would be made available for the regions, and that the Hikirtani Inuit Association would be eligible to access these funds as well. So we have been working together at the Inuit leadership level to have our regions compensated for this. For conservation efforts. I don't want to go on too long, but my point is I would want to see Inuit as the authority in any governance agreement that may be signed regarding our marine regions. And this is what I would like to see. We will be able to commercialize fishing industry, and we don't want to have too many obstacles in order to be able to achieve this. Thank you. Thank you, Akisu.
When you will speak, please say your name before you make your point. Thank you very much. Next is Aslak.
You know, from Greenland, our seas are vast, and in recent years it has been mentioned that there is increasing pollution taking place that we can detect in Greenland, and therefore I'm of the opinion that we in Greenland, in terms of traveling and shipping, international shipping in Greenland waters, and it was mentioned that they should ensure that to decrease pollution as low as possible. As you know, technology has made it possible for using power as electricity, and I call them zoos in eastern Greenland. We have national parks. We have the largest national park in Greenland, and in recent years we are looking for possibilities for income, and perhaps we could utilize this in a vast national park as an income for tourism. And cruise ships who can sail in sea ice have started to come, and they come to the coast to photograph the wildlife, and we original inhabitants are not allowed to hunt in these areas, and I always question that, because in recent years we have heard that there are minerals explorations taking place or plans of doing so, and utilizing ships that are polluting very much, using oils that are polluting very much. And it's forbidden for the inhabitants even to get near those coasts. So we should demand very strictly from ICC that we should have access to these areas as in original inhabitants. And if you do not utilize power that is not non-polluting, you shouldn't get close to these coasts. And even in sea areas where beluga and narwhal are making young, that we have such strong ships now that they can access these areas even with thick ice, and hunters often encounter these ship paths on the ice, and for those who are living off hunting, and if we should protect them, we should be prepared to do something about these shipping lanes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I apologize if I don't pronounce your names properly. Please begin with introducing your name. I'm hearing myself.
аннартунерпаат уqaатсинераруара кисианни нунатсинимаани калааллинунаани таанеқартартуми тассами уагут наммин атеқартингиннатсигулуун нунарпу синериаруйуссуақарпугут.
Can you hear me now? We have a vast area of sea that sometimes we are utilizing technology that other Inuit does not use. We're still using the dog sled and the kayak as a hunting tool, and therefore, when we were talking about hunting as a means of income, it's something that is very easy to as I can hear the ships, the shipping regarding shipping lanes that you have, that we should have a forum. What I heard is that we should co-sign in protection the areas of our hunting. In terms of hunting in the Arctic, it's a very delicate area. And if ever there's an oil spill, that we also experienced this in eastern Greenland this year. It was on land, however, but it had an impact on the local hunting scenario. And if that was to take place in more thicker oil on the seas, it would have a greater impact to the population. And therefore, I also support that the ICC has these concerns and that they are also working hard on doing something about it. And I am hopeful that there are these endeavors. And in terms of Ilulissat and the eastern and western Greenland, if shipping lanes are getting closer to our coast, we should make sure that they have specific lanes to go in order to lessen the impact on the environment. I am myself a hunter and fisherman in western Greenland, and when you talk about walrus hunting areas, that great ships have that they sail very close to the population of the walrus, and I am looking forward to working with you and sending the message out, because it's very important that we prevent pollution and that we should have less pollution as possible, because even though if the ice is receding, the currents and the sea ice are very powerful in such a way that they can even impact the ships. So thank you for this opportunity for me to address you. Thank you. I can understand very well what you're saying.
We are very concerned about potential conservation areas in our marine areas. So we've begun talking about we want to end shipping and carriage of heavy fuels in our waters. I hope you can understand me. And we have another person who wishes to speak. George.
Have them clearly in the record. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. My name is George Edwardson. I'm the president of Inuit Community of the Arctic Slope Northern Arctic Circle, 8 communities. And what I wanted to say is we have gone and sued the United States in the Supreme Court, and we won. And what we won was the ownership of the Arctic Ocean in front of Alaska going out to the North Pole. And to show you the strength of our regional tribal government, in the 60s, the United States thought they were going to stop us from hunting ducks. We turned the whole town in, and then they backed off. In the 70s, the United States attempted to stop us from whaling. We now take care of the whaling ourselves. Now also the polar bears. The United States tried to take over the control of the polar bears, and we took them back, and we're in the negotiations with Russia. And the caribou, the state of Alaska tried to take the caribou away from us. Now they backed off. When you look at the Arctic Ocean, in our Supreme Court, we won that lawsuit against the United States, U.S. versus Inuit community, and our lawsuit was financed by our regional corporation. And when you look at it, We are the only owners of the Arctic. We have treated the ocean like it's land. We treat it as land. We go on it and hunt on it like we hunt on land. And even with the ocean melting, when it melts, Point Hope gets less than 12 inches away from Siberia. The ocean rises enough to get that close. And this is the 7th time the ocean has come up. It's going up. And when I look at Canada and when I look at Greenland, you are government. You are government, just like I am with Inuit community. And we need to take our control back. We had it when we used to hunt the woolly mammoths, when we used to hunt the dinosaurs. We were here hunting. So we've got to quit feeling sorry for ourselves and backing off and letting the world tell us what to do. This Arctic is our home.
Thank you very much, George. And kudos to all the wonderful work you're doing. And next we have Johannes. Next we have Johannes. Please state your name in full before you speak, so we can write it down for the record.
Nakamik, Tana, Imapiliginik Pichutautilo.
A very important.
Nakamiga Maribunga, Imapitinik Auratinimik. Uwanga, Norchao Miolunga, Labrador Mute Inuit, Nunangani. Temanganit, Nukapiangula, Launiganit, Ilinia Taucha.
Joku ajortikkami. Sure.
Vi kan køre den engelsk.
Tässä inatsisinik tamakkuninga uumasupillugit saarulliillu allallu tässä ajoqutiqalearami ukkua paatsiverukkamikkit toortagas amerlisoorpallaarami suu teknikkilaaratta ajusarpugut. Try again. Tusaasinnaavisiga inut turuttua tammaqattaarami suu aju tumiilaarunaramik ima teknikkerit nutserisut tusaasinnaavunnaarati.
Aqipa.
Okay, I think we're on.
Aqipa.
Tema. Ate.
Qivi aammunaami tammarporasit. Taamalla tassuunga unua nutserisup tusaasinnaavunnaarati.
Ajutorami. Ikkua.
Uaniaamma.
Ja.
Vi har det samme problem.
Vi kan hellere køre den engelske.
It looked like the interpretation equipment needs to be adjusted, so we'll take a 5-minute break. Be back in 5 minutes. When we come back, I'm going to, well, no, there's no interpretation right now, so.
Sure.
It's a good topic.
Shoot, 저거지기나. Okay. 구루투 사진 나vin가?
Interpreters, can we check the channels one by one? Thank you.
I am translating into Greenlandic, into the English right now. Can you hear me, Guluk? No. Guluk, du 사진 나vin가? English, this is English, okay.
Was yours a
Tusayit piukutingin akipat. Akipat. Okay, good. Okay, they're good to go. Ate, pigelong mita. We could begin again. So, Johannes, pigelang asigavit. Johannes, pigelang asigata. Ate, utilaw mita. Aswilang amisukal laning niliruti karirtusi nalapugut isumatsasiuro di iakkanang niata sinni apeksuti ni Inuit silunga ukagiakkan lang yung akisiani una piyakatillugu Johannes tusari piukutingi akasiak palay mata Johannes
Nakumiklisa.
At the beginning, I was trying to say earlier that the ocean, our waters, and the control of those waters, since my childhood, since my experience, is something I was well taught about on how to value the ocean and how important it is to our lives. My father taught me, he was a hunter. He taught me two main things. It's a source of food and it's a source of survival, and it is linked to the ocean for our survival. It is a concern to us on how damaged our oceans could become. There is that possibility. That includes the coast. We have so much ocean traffic, and we also have different mammals, including ivy walruses, including belugas, and we have cod, fishes, different kinds, and they rely on the ocean to survive just like we do. And so our oceans, our waters are important not just for the liquid form it becomes in the summer, but when it freezes once again and it ices over, we still use it. It's not like a seasonal thing to us. We depend on the freezing over of our oceans in the wintertime. As climate change continues, our coasts will ice over, but this is changing so much that the ice is unsteady and it's become dangerous. We can't depend on the processes that used to happen because of the impact of climate change. To us, that's a very important concern. We also need provisions to be able to state our positions should there be an accident. If there was an oil spill by these ships and these carriers on our, not just our oceans during the summer, but as well in the winter on the ice when they can go through icebreakers. There are routes would be damaged where we hunt. And this is very important to us. We need to have some form of emergency control if any accident or anything should happen to the sea, the waters, and the mammals. We need to make sure we can prevent those accidents. This begins with the biggest concern to us, which is oil and gas and fuel carriers that come to Nunatsiavut. Our sea mammals and our birds also fish in the oceans, and they could all die off if there should be a serious oil spill of some sort in our waters. And so, to me, we need to have some preparatory plans in place. We haven't begun any of that sort of negotiating or consideration time. We have had no time or accesses to create emergency preparatory plans in case of an accident. And so we need to start discussions on how we can protect our waters as ICC members internationally, because we as Inuit depend on the ocean. We need to maintain that and conserve the waters. The other thing, too, is for us in Labrador, the Inuit have a treaty signed with Canada and Newfoundland, and they have come to terms and agreements whereby they would have to follow some kind of agreement we can negotiate to protect our waters, because we're concerned about the safety and to conserve our oceans. These are our waters. We have to be concerned about it. And we have to protect it when it ices over as well. Those are the concerns we talk about from Labrador Inuit. And these are very alive questions and concerns for us. We need to think ahead. What can we do to protect our waters? What must we think about to be ready for an accident that can happen anytime? It's unpredictable. And as an organization, together in unity, we have so much more power. So together, we have to work on this. We can't just let them take us over and ignore us and the dangers that we face. We need to do this in unity as members of the international ICC. You have to be involved, because here we are all Inuit with similar concerns. And so I will conclude at this point. Thank you, Madam Speaker or Chairman. Thank you so much, Johannes. We have quite a few members who wish to speak. Before we get there, I have questions that I posed to you during my brief presentation for your considerations, so that you have an opportunity to review the questions. Sandra, can you please post the PowerPoint questions? What are your priorities in Inuit marine governance?
Marine governance. Sunanig, pinasoko te khalaqit.
What are we already doing in this space? What issues or approaches are important to you regarding marine governance? What are your regional and community perspectives and priorities on shipping? Also, regarding policy, what are the policy priority areas and opportunities in your region, at the national level as well, and at the IMO? And how can we advance them together? Next is, what are the impacts of shipping and its links to economic development and environmental protection? Should the ICC establish a formal structure to better coordinate and address marine governance issues? Those are the questions for your considerations today. Take them and review them. And our next speaker is from Alaska, Mary David.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary David. I'm born and raised in Nome, Alaska. The communities in the region that I live are along the coast or along other water system like a river. In the Bering Straits region, residents harvest about 388 pounds of wild food annually, and most of this is marine mammals. So protecting and continuing subsistence is a high priority, and ICC and their efforts through the IMO plays an important role in ensuring that we continue to have healthy food resources and that advocacy in this area continues, and I would like to see ICC's efforts with the IMO continue. Already mentioned has been heavy fuel oil by ships, and this too is a concern. But our concern also includes urging the IMO to phase out a lot more quicker, because my understanding is that there's a delay until 2029, which then leaves many of our communities still in jeopardy in case, like what many of us mentioned, in case an oil spill or some other disaster occurs. So obviously, this is a concern and a priority area for us. We live in what you might call the choke point in the Bering Straits region, where if anything could happen, it could possibly happen within this choke point. And our response is thousands of miles away in urban centers. And what could happen is if there were an oil spill, it probably would happen during when the weather is not well, which could also delay response time to our region for a response. So that is always a concern in an area I think we should continue to be concerned about, because our marine mammals have no boundaries and they migrate through the Bering Strait. IMO establishes areas to be avoided, and within the Bering Straits area, St. Lawrence Island, King Island, and Nunavak Island were included as an area to be avoided, but Little Diomede Island and Sledge Island were not, and we continue to advocate for these two areas to be considered as areas to be avoided. The one is used as a safe harbor, but people on Little Diomede Island, it's a strong subsistence community, so this area is important for consideration. Like I was mentioning, our animals, our marine life knows no boundaries, and prior we had, improved relations with Russia, where we were able to conduct research and share data and information about our shared ecosystem. And we hope that that will continue in the future, but I think that is also another area we need to consider, is how we are able to share our research and information about our biodiversity, our environment, and what we can do to ensure that our subsistence resources remain healthy. I hope that the Arctic could be a zone of peace where we will be able to do that, where our countries can continue to work together and collaborate on the environment and the marine resources or the land that we so rely on. Thank you.
Nakomiik Mary David.
Also,
Mary.
Vivian. Ate.
Good afternoon. My name is Vivian Corthius. I serve as the Chief Executive Officer for the Association of Village Council Presidents. We are a consortium of 56 tribes in 48 villages along the Yukon and Kuskokwim River and Bering Sea coast in western Alaska. Our communities rely on subsistence needs all year round to stock our food, our freezers. Currently in our region, we are experiencing what we're calling a salmon crash. On the Yukon River, we have had no salmon for subsistence purposes for the past 4 years, and 3 years on the Kuskokwim River. We are desperately trying to work to make changes to get our salmon back into our rivers, because we have approximately over 100,000 people in the AYK region that this directly impacts. So we know that salmon, especially salmon, comes from the headwaters in Canada and goes all the way through across the state of Alaska and into the Bering Sea and North Pacific, which means it's an international issue all the way from when the fish are born to where they grow up in the oceans and then back to where they're born again to reproduce. So we urge the international communities and ICC specifically to help our people retain our way of life regarding those fisheries and the needs of our people to continue to subsist. We are a salmon people, so this is really critical to all of our villages and for all of us that live in Western Alaska. The other thing that I wanted to bring up was that recently, last year, we had a typhoon that went through the Bering Strait region and the Yukon-Kuskokwim Delta. There were many things that we learned in that crisis, that emergency. There were many life safety issues, emergency response issues, erosion issues, and especially search and rescue. There are many communities along that corridor that have no search and, they're all volunteer. So if you go to any part of the other part of Alaska, you will see fire stations and the Coast Guard, which is approximately 800 miles away from us. And our communities, the infrastructure is not there. So we urge help from the international community to advocate for disasters that are very huge in nature and touch every single one of our small villages along the whole coastline of Western Alaska. And lastly, I'd like to recognize the work of ICC Alaska on the Central Arctic Ocean that's currently being worked on, especially the research and advocating for indigenous research. Many times we know the issues in our communities and in our organizations, but we lack the resources to advocate for not only ourselves, but our surroundings. I grew up at the mouth of the Yukon River that empties into the Bering Sea. So I grew up on the ocean, and I also grew up in the in-river. And many of us have that reference where we try to make sense of policies, whether they be state policies or federal policies in our region, and try to translate into, or the reverse, translate traditional knowledge into policy. So that is a really high priority for us, that Indigenous research, so that we can impact policies through things like either the Central Arctic Ocean or the Northern Bering Sea resilience area. So research is a really huge need for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vivian. Your comment is very relevant. Now we turn to Canada. Dwayne. Thank you.
Welcome to Chair Sarah, as well as the Mayor. Thank you for welcoming us to your fine community and for hosting us. I want to, before I begin, I want to also commend ICC Alaska for taking the initiative and bringing so much youth. It's very important and it's good to see. Some of the things, the comments, the concerns, the issues, activities that my region are engaged in when it comes to marine resources are similar, especially to what Vivian has brought up. First of all, I would think that when it comes to regulations, in some of the networking that we've been doing already with others, we're finding that regulations, as each of our states or countries apply them, are not consistent across Inuit Nunat. As an example, you cannot dump gray water, what I've learned, within Alaska, but as soon as you come to the Canada side, you can at a certain distance offshore. So these are sort of issues, and I'm not sure how it is in Greenland. I heard the concerns from the gentleman over there earlier. It sounds like there's concern about how that's being applied within Greenlandic waters. I think Inuit, we should be pushing for the highest standard when it comes to environmental matters and the applicability, so that we're not used as a dumping ground. The speed limits are another concern that we have. It would have been really nice if Willie Goodwin was here, because I do network with Willie Goodwin from Alaska. He co-chairs the shipping corridors for Alaska, or I'm not sure if he still does, but he was. And they're creating shipping corridors to the border that we border by Alaska. So we're trying to, we've been working with the federal government, Transport Canada, to create shipping corridors across our areas to limit speed limits. We have a lot of permafrost in our region. We want to ensure that the ships stay a certain distance offshore, so that the waves that are created are going to have as minimal as an effect on the shoreline as possible, because in some areas we're losing up to 30 meters already because the ice is receding so much. We're getting bigger and bigger storms rolling in. I've got a community, and I know others have communities that are getting flooded or having to deal with being relocated already further inland. So these are realities that we're seeing with the changing marine environment. In our region, we've created a cruise ship strategy because we're trying to be proactive and ahead of the volume that we're seeing already returning after COVID. There's a significant jump in cruise ships that want to go through the Northwest Passage and visit some of our communities. So we've taken it upon ourselves to create our own cruise ship strategy, so that we as Inuit, Inuvialuit in our region are setting the rules and saying, well, we're not going to sit back and just be reactive when you come. We're going to be proactive. Some other things within that is we want to keep them away from certain ecosystems where It's a sensitive marine habitat and/or important to our culture, our use. The Nunavut, we've taken it upon ourselves as well to create 2 MPAs. The federal government recognized that afterwards and put it into legislation. We recognize those because they're important for either reproduction and/or for our cultural use. And that's the criteria that we want to set forward moving ahead because we've got environmentalists, academia, federal government trying to impose artificial needs just to meet a global objective, but they don't have the data and they're not trying to work with us to get the traditional knowledge and why we would think it's important to create an MPA in our area first of all. So that's the sort of stuff that's coming at us. Lisa, you're saying what are some of the issues? Well, that's some of the issues where outside influence is trying to dictate within our region, and that's not acceptable. I want to touch a little bit on Vivian's comments because in our region, we've developed a research strategy where we say this is what is important to us. If academia, government, others want to come into our region, then here's the priorities that we want you to work with us on, not what you want to do, that sort of thing. So we've touched on the MPAs. The shipping lanes, like I said, we're trying to work with Transport Canada on that. The Central Arctic Ocean Agreement that was also mentioned, I used to be a part of that. Herb took over. Thanks to Herb for carrying that through. Jimmy Stotts used to go to those meetings with us as well. But it's crucial for us to maintain Inuit presence there to ensure the human aspect of it and to acknowledge that traditional knowledge is crucial to be a part of that moving forward. We're still trying to tell Canada that they have to come to at least our region within Canada to develop the priorities in regards to the Central Arctic Ocean Agreement, because each country that signed on to that has to come up with how it's going to implement parts of that agreement. And it's been, 3 years, and we're still waiting to have that dialogue with the federal government. And the last thing I just wanted to point out is Article 25 under UNDRIP. I know people don't like to just say the acronym, but the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, that refers to where we have rights and we have to be respected when it comes to the international arena, trying to manage waters. And I'm not going to read it out. I know a lot of people are more familiar with that than I am. So thanks for the opportunity. Koyana.
Koyanaini Dwayne. Tema Levi Atuino Revuti.
Thank you. And thank you for welcoming us to a very beautiful place. I live at 72 degrees north, quite far north, at the Northwest Passage. And we are becoming aware of activities taking place from outside of Canada. We witness our wildlife. We are hunting the seals. We don't have farms. We subsist on seals, walrus, what have you. I apologize. I was not being clearly heard. We live in the water. We live by the waters at Northwest Passage, and we must be included. We agree with the Marine Council and their article, but the management itself, or this article does not impact just Nunavut. And I have just learned there was a oil spill in Greenland. We don't hear about these. We are not informed about these, which are impacting our wildlife as well. We are whale hunters, we are seal hunters, we are walrus hunters. We hunt these mammals. We hunt seals because the cost of living is very expensive where we live. To purchase these foods in the stores is very expensive and just getting very much more expensive. You're all aware of this, so I won't expand on that. But we have also become aware, and I'm not against the oil activities of the Kalalit Miut. I know that they were doing some oil exploration and using explosives. We were aware of the impact on the wildlife, on the seals, the beluga. We were aware that they were easily approached, walking towards them. This is not their natural behavior, and we were noticing changes in their natural behavior. As it turns out, there were explosions happening in the water directly across the strait from us, and this was affecting the wildlife. And although this was affecting our wildlife, at the same time we have a mine nearby in Baffinland, and we were impacted by the activities in that area, especially the people of Mittimatalik. We have learned that we now have invasive species coming into our waters. These are foreign species, and there is no doubt that these are coming from the spills from the ships, from the vessels who are dumping their bilge waters into our waters. These currents reach our places as well through the ocean. And so, of course, we will be directly impacted by these activities of these vessels. These ships that come to our mines, we have given them regulations. We have given them policies to respect, but they are not respecting these policies. These tourists are not so problematic, but some of the cruise ships don't respect the policies either. And so the stopping or the anchoring spots are where the walrus and the seals gather. And so when the cruise ships arrive to these areas, we need to impose stronger regulations towards this traffic. And like the Americans, we don't have Coast Guard on boats that can intervene directly in these activities. We don't have these, but we need to acquire such boats, and Inuit have to be involved in the interventions of this ship traffic, of interventions that will be necessary as this marine traffic increases. And to include this, the mine has requested an increase in their shipping by a small percentage, and it was approved. However, this already has an impact on the beluga migration and their routes. And the closest community, Mittimatalik, is the most impacted. We too in Ikpekjuk were impacted greatly by this because we're near to that route as well. If they will be using that route all winter and breaking the ice all winter, this will definitely increase the marine traffic. We need to be prepared for this. And so we need to create regulations towards marine traffic and to also impose a speed limit and to also prevent them from going to the Ulivit. These are our harvesting areas. These are the calving areas of the marine mammals. We refer to these places as Udlivit. We are also informed or taught as Inuit to not hunt from these calving areas where the marine mammals go to produce their young. We are instructed not to hunt from these areas because they will not return. However, if cruise ships are already disturbing these areas, they're already disturbed. And this was already impacting the population. I will leave it at here for now. Lisa. Thank you also, Levi. Next is Aviaya.
I would like to comment on what Lisa said already. Lisa, you said that it is very important within a globalized world. It is important that we protect our own marine environment. And if our voice is to be heard, it is so important that we work united and that we gather our strength together. And I think it is so important, us being part of the globalized society. And if we are to be heard by this globalized society, it is so important that I want to highlight two things very briefly. First of all, the international. If we're looking at the United Nations as an example, and very often the United Nations is working on only based on scientific research. And the data that they have gathered by the scientists is only being used as the basis for the decisions. And very often we don't see that the indigenous knowledge is being used as important as the scientists' knowledge. So it makes it very difficult for us to send them a message to them, regardless how hard we wanted it. So I think it is so important that we have an approach that is very strong and very clear as Inuit lands. And I think we have to enhance our voice to be heard in the international arena, on the United Nations especially. And it is about time that they are hearing our voice. Another thing that I think we should enhance is that us that are coming from Inuit Nunat, we are all coming from different kinds of regulations and different kinds of policies, but still we are concerned about one topic. So when we are working this way, we can sometimes also get very weak because we are dealing with so many different kinds of regulations and different kinds of national policies. So if we are, as Inuit, to be strong, and if we are to be stronger enhancing our approach, it is so important that we also keep our focus very clear, especially on our goals and sharing information among ourselves and including us in the decision makings. Because if we don't do so, it will be very difficult for the outside world to make things harder for us. And that is the strategy that's always been used by the colony, and it will make us weaker. So I think it is so important that we look at ourselves and see what can I do to ensure from Inuit lands to enhance our voice regarding the regulations and governance of our marine environment, and also to ensure that the Inuit knowledge is also being heard. Thank you.
Yes, we need to really collaborate on each other as being part of the decision makers. Deborah from Alaska is next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Debbie Atek. I am from the Bering Straits Native Corporation, and I am a descendant of people from the Village of Whales. Village of Whales in Alaska is a community that has been continuously populated for at least 5, if not 10,000 years, and at one point was a very active whaling community In the 1800s, when there were whalers from American whaling ships that were traveling all the way from the East Coast, from Maine and New Bedford, Massachusetts, all the way up to our area, they wiped out our whales. And as my father says, they soon moved on to walrus. And one story that I want to share with the people here, and I think it has a lot of meaning, is I grew up knowing that there was a village in our community and our region that had a starvation period, and it was a tragedy. And when I read that story, it was written by a Nulung mute, someone who is not from our place. And the story was told as if the adults in that community had been acting irresponsibly, that they had been acting under the influence of alcohol that was brought by whalers. I learned very much later, that that is not true. Their food source had been wiped out. They had no food. So it's possible that there were adults that were using alcohol to salve their pain, but they did not have a community-wide starvation event because their adults were too drunk to go out hunting, as I was taught as a young child. The colonization of our stories like that is something that I am just glad that we're not going to have that happen anymore. And I feel that the body, the Inuit Circumpolar Conference, meeting here together, is invaluable to ensure that we know exactly how responsible we have been as our caretakers for our animals, as was shared with me by Mary David, who, by the way, is also a Inuit. Our families have been family friends for many years. She shared with me that the development that has been happening in the Bering Straits region, particularly at the Port of Nome, where they've received a large amount of money from the U.S. federal government, that development has been happening around us with very little meaningful input from Inuit. And I like the comments that George Edwardson shared, because I would modify that comment and say lack of Inuit authority. This authority is based on our local experts that add legitimacy through place-based experience and traditional knowledge. Our people have, like many of you here, very deep relationships and knowledge of marine mammals and other species, and have had that for thousands of years. So I am just wanting to reinforce how I think it is of the utmost importance that we do consider the, I lost it in my notes, the, what is it called? The authority to, the Inuit Marine Council, I think, is something that we really need in order to coordinate our efforts to apply international pressure to establish these rules and regulations, and to seek to make sure that we have reinforcement. To not have any kind of reinforcement from the Coast Guard, that is unacceptable. And I'll just end with this. The fact that in the 1800s, when the US government was overseeing the whaling in our region and up north, they were able to send a revenue cutter to make sure that the US government got their share in taxation. So they can very well make sure that they send the resources to ensure that they are enforcing what we demand in terms of protection of our hunting and our food security. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Next person, Elizabeth. Go ahead.
Chair. Uvanga Kolak, Kikik Dagwagminunga. I'm Kolak Carvalho. I come from Kotzebue, Alaska, and I'm here on behalf of Nana Regional Corporation. I serve as the Vice President of Lands in our organization, but as a lot of our elders, including Willie Goodwin, reminds me, and I'm named after his mom, my Inupiaq name, is that our lands and our waters don't have a boundary, they coexist together. There are a few things that I wanted to acknowledge and a couple of suggestions that I wanted to make, but I really appreciate this dialogue with all of the other delegates. There are so many important issues in front of us. First, I really want to acknowledge and applaud the provisional status that ICC now holds with the International Maritime Organization. I think this is really critical, and now is the time to strengthen this role and advance our self-determination within the bodies of the United Nations. I also really appreciate that we recognize that we pursue implementation of maritime governance where we are at the table and in the lead, and that we also protect our community resupply, and that we make sure to protect Inuit-supported economic development. Implementation and engagement is really critical throughout the process. I really appreciate the comments about the challenges around implementation where we may have a regulatory framework to work with, but there's no support to ensure those regulations are enforced. My experience in my organization with the Red Dog Mine, which is a mine that we own the lands for, is that we're really engaged and involved in the management of our port site. Our subsistence committee sets the dates for when port activity can start to ensure that there's no conflict with hunting. And as technology improves, we talk about how we can continually improve activities and monitoring around that port facility. And I think that's really critical. Not only do we need these regulations, but we need the authority and ability to make sure that they are implemented responsibly and that they're carried through, and that through our own local and traditional knowledge, we can make sure that responsible activity can continue to happen. And I think those are important models going forward as we see these pressures coming into our communities. I really want to also point out that I think when the opportunity comes up to talk about, or I don't know that it's necessarily coming from us, but the conversation around increased potential shipping activity in the Arctic is that it's not that suddenly the ocean is clear and there's no ice and it's flat water. We're seeing more extreme weather. We're seeing those impacts in our communities. And so the risks, to me, are just as high as if ice was there year-round. And so that's something that I think all bodies have to keep in mind. I really want to encourage, as a potential outcome of this, is that there is bolstered support for the ability to implement and be involved in the regulatory activity that I think other delegates have talked about, but also in Inuit-led research, things that we lead from our traditional knowledge, like what Dwayne talked about. I think that's really critical, and that we also make sure that we have continuous monitoring that helps us understand what's happening in a marine environment and can help us really understand what's going on with our relatives and our species that we rely on. Koenak.
Elizabeth.
Thank you very much. Next is Jerry.
Please. Please.
My name is Jerry Sharp, and I am the president for Paututik Inuit Women of Canada. And I also appreciate being here in Greenland, and I thank you for the welcome. I thank you for showing us around and taking care of us. Paututik has a lot of information that we would like to share on this topic, of course, but we will be providing a written submission. Some of the points that I'd like to highlight is going to echo exactly what everybody else is saying, and it reminds me of when I was young as a child and my grandfather teaching me the way that Inuit are supposed to be. We are supposed to look after the land. We are supposed to look after the water. We are supposed to look after the air. We are supposed to look after the animals, and we are supposed to look after Inuit, Tamapta, because we did not acknowledge boundaries. So there was no difference between people from Greenland or Alaska. And my grandfather did travel by dog team to all of those lands. I remember fishing as a child with him and checking the nets and having to throw out whole nets of fish because they were deformed. They were sick. And my grandfather's words were, Dave Anya Himayo, Nirigyaching to Dave God, Anya Nyakapta, Nirigapku, Nirigyaching itang. And that was just one instance where there was no spill, and that was in Back River. So when we talk about marine wildlife and marine shipyards or ship corridors, the thing that we need to keep in the forefront is the fact all of that wildlife puts food on our table. Those animals look after us. Those animals look after the rest of the animals. What animals we don't eat from the sea, other animals eat those animals. And what animals in the air will also eat the animals in the water and on the land. It all interacts, and Inuit know this. This is not news. This is something that we have known forever. And this is not something that we've just started practicing or just forgot about, because this is something my grandfather was born less than 100 years ago, and he no longer lives with us. However, his teachings are still with me. And those teachings came from his grandparents, and my grandchildren need to know these. So when it comes to that balance, that economic growth that we have to have, because in today's world we do need the economic growth, but at the same time, we do not want to pay with the expense of loss of our animals, loss of our culture, loss of what our children can have. What our children should have exactly what we had as children. Our grandchildren should have the same thing. And we should be saying the same things that our grandparents told us. That's what's important. I'm looking through the notes here trying to differentiate what belongs in what category, but that's not the way Inuit think. The way Inuit think, it's the Maritimes also impacts the food security. The food security impact women. The women impact the children impact the education. When we look at it this way, anything from human trafficking all the way down to forced sterilization to our babies is within that realm. And this is something that we need to think about. And don't think that forced sterilization was 50 years ago. It was only in the news for Northern Canada 2 weeks ago. And that doctor only received a sanction of 5 months for forced sterilization of a woman. And he was on record as saying in the operating room, let's see if we can find a reason to remove the other ovary. So this is not something that was 50 years ago. This was something that was within the last 5 years and still takes place. Not only does this impact Inuit Nunangan, it impacts all of us, because this is what happens when it comes to missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. Earlier, somebody mentioned women's issues. If there is a women's issue in the forefront, it is an Inuk issue. Whatever happens to a woman happens to the children and happens to the men. Tamaita, we all help one another. There is no distinguishing between genders. And this is where the barriers that we need to break, because we need to carry forward that message as one. Tamapta, all together. Literally, during Black Lives Matter movement, the word Inuk or Inuit means the people, but it also means we are alive, we are living.
Jerry.
Thank you. Next is Robert.
Thank you. My name is Robert Greenlee. Where I live in Nunavut is in the Kitakami region. We're in the center of the Northwest Passage, and it's probably the narrowest part of the Northwest Passage. We all have the same, sounds like we all have the same issues and concerns about shipping, heavy fuel oils, dumping, the ballast. We also worry about not having the right equipment to clean the mess if we have a fuel spill. I know in our community, which I just found out, was that we do have a spill kit, but it probably would not even be worth to pull it out because it's not big enough. We don't have the means to even get out. It would be just community members with our boats. And us being in the center, I think we're probably the furthest away from getting help very fast compared to East and West Coast. Before I became president of Kittermere Inuit Association, I was with the Hunters and Trappers organization. What we put in place through the Ocean Protection Plan is we've done a lot of work with Transport Canada. We're doing studies for underwater noise, shoreline erosion, and we made sure that it was coming from us locals, not from scientists. The scientists come to us and we told them that this is what we want, this is how we want to do it. So with all that happening and what we have done, now we have in place for our region is notice to mariners. It's only voluntary by the shipping companies. Reduced speed limits is in place, no ice breaking during times of certain seasons, because the ice is our highway from the island to the mainland. We have hunters that go across to the mainland. We have caribou migration in the fall that go from Victoria Island to the mainland. And the hunters follow them. And then in the spring, they go back from the mainland to Victoria Island. So we have had happen once where an icebreaker went through in the fall, busted over a foot of ice, and the hunters that were across they were very lucky. They went home, and next day they tried to go out, and there was a big path wide open. There was no communication from any of the shipping companies going through. And now with the ice disappearing quicker, we're getting more shipping going through, not only large vessels, like we have maybe 8 cruise ships that come to Cambridge Bay area or in the Kittermere region, where it used to be only 4. And then we have all our sea lift stuff, which is fine, that is understandable. But then you have all the sailboats going through, the private yachts. I think we're looking at, I'm hearing there's going to be like 46 sailboats going through the Northwest Passage. What are they doing? We have guardians that boat around and keep an eye out for this kind of stuff, which we're lucky to get funding to pay those guys and buy their equipment, safety equipment, but that's not good enough. You know, they're on a small 18, 20-foot boat, you know, going through the ocean and monitoring. So it's a very, very serious or very big concern, because a lot of our area is not mapped. So you have a high number of ships going through, and they're going through areas that are not mapped, so they can end up hitting bottom, causing fuel spills. So there is some stuff that we have put in place, but we just need to make sure that, because it's just voluntary by the shipping companies to notify us that they're going through, and following what that notice to mariners we have in place, but we need it to be enforced, you know, or else with all these other ships coming through, they might not even report or notify us that they're coming by our community. Us being in the center, I don't know about how it works for the East and West Coast. Does the shipping companies report to certain people on each side? That is something that I don't know about. But And if it isn't, it should be happening. Not only shipping companies, but the sailboats, the private yachts, they can do just as much damage to the waters, to the wildlife. You know, they might be getting off their ships and even just going on land and harvesting stuff without following proper regulations or what we have in place. So we are the guardians for the land, the water, and putting everything in place. So from what I'm hearing, it's great to hear that we do have the same concerns, and hopefully we can all come to an agreement and figure out having something where it can be forced by law from all these other issues that are coming around. Thank you.
Asuorli Robert Nakormik.
Thank you, Robert. It's 2:10. And there are 6 more who have to have comments. Or there could be other additions to that. But at 2:45, that will be the end of the comments, because we have to make a conclusion. Because we want to give a proper conclusion. So we will go up to 2:45. So next comment from Alaska, Crawford, proceed.
Ariga, Madam Chair. Bunga Crawford Patkudak, in the Baxiniga, Akibugak, Taving me. Sereda would Pitkuratigun, Tareokun, Matko in New Orleans, near up to the Mangakanga.
Not interpreting.
Tareokut, Kaunagin near Halugu.
Hang on, sorry. Jusarid Namanat Mangilo Komata. Mane.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Thank you. The taking care of the ocean from a long time, our Inuit people, our elders, the oil companies, the exploration that happened, opposing them because we didn't want them to drill in our ocean. Earlier, George Edwardson talking about the lawsuit that happened. We tried our best as whalers. We oppose our government because we didn't want them to drill in our ocean, because that is why we made a pipeline from Prudhoe. When they found oil in Prudhoe, it is still flowing today. They pulled out 18 billion barrels from up to today. And when we talk about them, whether our ocean or our land, the things that we own are for the land we use for hunting, to take care of our environment, to take care of our resources, to take care of it, but also the federal government, the U.S. government, they sold leases to the ocean, and although we opposed it, we made guiding principles. We tried to make regulation through us, and then gave them to our government. If they do find oil in the ocean floor, like in Prudhoe Bay, when they found oil in They were planning to use ships to haul the oil through ships down south, and we opposed to today. But if they continue to find, we plan on adding more pipeline through the ocean floor and bring it to land and connect it to the Trans-Alaska Pipeline. There are a lot of regulations and rules, and we're doing our best to be a part of the whaling through the Alaska Eskimo Whaling Commission. The things that we talked about today, we are talking about them on our ocean. There are a lot of ships, we know that. For many years, when the oil companies, we created a conflict avoidance agreement with them because we didn't want them to avoid conflict with our whalers and with our hunters, and that is changing today. We watch our government. They're doing a lot of research. The scientists, there are a lot of scientists. They fund a lot of scientists by millions. They come through the Bering Straits, all the way to the Arctic Ocean, through the Chukchi, Beaufort Sea, and then from there, although we bring them out, it's like they ignore us. We head to Washington, D.C. to lobby on these very issues and the regulations, and that we need new regulations and we try to make new regulations for them to follow. But we know that our governments are different. The United States had different regulations and laws from Canada or from Greenland or from Russia. We try our best. We use them. We use the regulations and laws. As Inuit people, we want them to be helpful for our people. And when law is not good for our people, we try to amend it. For example, the Alaska Native Claim Settlement Act. At that time, with lands, when the land claims fight, in 1960, and then in 70 when the Settlement Act was passed. It was after the oil was found in 1968. They opposed us. The federal government opposed. And when we tried to make a government before the North Borough was being incorporated, through the Supreme Court they opposed, but we won. And through whaling, the United States, they represented us at the time through the International Whaling Commission. We went to those meetings about our whaling quota. It was a big concern. We wanted a bigger quota. And because they stopped us at that time in 1977 on whaling, because they said the whales were low in numbers, and we knew that there were many, and our hunting we knew that the whales were growing in numbers, and then in 1982 the management agreement was signed, and we let that run today. It was part of our agreement as our whaling communities. That was our job. The first leaders of our region, They thought about that through Eben Hobson, Eddie Hobson, Jacob Adams. Those people, they fought for us, and they showed us what will come and to prepare us. And we are seeing those things in ships, the numbers of ships coming to our area. There are over 400 in a year through the Bering Straits that pass through there. And from Russia, carrying oil from that area through the Bering Straits. That is very dangerous, and that if an oil spill should happen in that area, it will really affect our subsistence in whales, walrus, seals that we subsist on as people. And through regulations or laws of the ocean, we have to work, although we have different laws and regulations in our countries. We have to really work together, and I will stop at that.
Next comment, Nicolette.
My name is Nicolette Jeremiassen. We have so many similarities as Inuit here, and not only in our looks, but also in our livelihood, but also when we look at the different challenges we all are facing individually as countries. So when we are looking at ICC governing, I think it is very wisely organized. And I think when I hear on the different kinds of interventions and inputs, I see that there are quite a few youth representatives here. And I see also quite a few of elders that still are working very hard in ICC. And their opinions are of great importance that have to be delivered to the youth also for them to use in the future. When I look at the similarities we have, and I hear you saying that you have used the Supreme Court and won your cases. I see such incidences also as well in Greenland. Like an example, I can say that the Thule people have had a lot of fights to ensure that their rights were to be respected. But there's still a sad thing. Within the last years, I have noticed that the traditional knowledge today that we know of our fish and our sea mammals, very often we see that they are not being respected in the same sense as they're respecting the science and knowledge. And these are very, very important data that the hunters are saying. Even the scientists are saying that this and this species are about to die out, and the hunters are saying something different. So let me come up with an example that they are coming up with recommendations for next year's cod catch. They are saying that we are to catch only 15,000 tons, even though we know that cods is so much that you see them on the surface of the water. You can just shovel them up. So these are great challenges we are facing, and there are even people that we are living with together in this country, that we are not, let me say in brackets, we believe too much on what the scientists are saying. So I think it is so important that we have a mutual voice about our governance of our marine resources. If we do not change this, as I mentioned earlier, these people that are living in the remote areas that only make a living out of hunting and fishing, if we look at the human rights, ICC is a very strong body that can represent them because they are really fighting towards, they're really fighting to get their food sources secured. And food security is of great importance to these regions. It is a very, very delicate situation. As mentioned, the cruise ships that are in our waters right now in Greenland, if I read you all, I noticed that huge ships are arriving to our marine waters with more than 3,000 passengers on board each ship. And Ilulissat people are saying here that they are noticing that these cruise ships have a great impact to our waters because they are coming up with the gray waters. And it is so important with the governance in our waters. And I think it is so important that these are not only to be mentioned, these are not only to be highlighted, there has to be made a regulation to protect our waters and our marine living resources. If we are to prevent pollution, and if we are to ensure that our next generation are protected from a disaster, it is so important that the different kinds of regulations that are signed are of great importance, and they have to be taken more into consideration to bring it out to the international forum. And it's very urgent. The traditional knowledge, as I mentioned already, is of great importance. And how we are regulating the quotas are of great importance and challenging. And I see also that Inuit people, we see that we use our living resources in the same way. The industrial development in Greenland, we are using our marine resources a lot in this country. And regardless whether the resources are on land or on sea, as like already mentioned, it happened that the scientists before said that we had simply too many reindeer right now, and they're even getting ill because there are too many. And it is so important that we also at all times have to secure that the traditional knowledge has to be involved in any decision making when regards our regulation of our living resources. It is so important that we work together in all different kinds of forums, and it has never been as important as it is now and for future. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak again.
I'm going to interrupt the process for a second. We have a member from Alaska. I think his name is Kadiosi, is it? Please go ahead. Yes, you. Kadios.
Qoyanarsuaq periarfissinneqarama uapaqlannimingaanneerpunga tassa eqqaarusulluguuna qannooq misigisimanerlunga maaniinninni tassa inusuttortaqarpugut aama ilisimatorpassuaqarpoq аллиарторамали пуисерпассуит такуакка тутторпассуит тиммиарпассуит аалисарпуарпассуит тасмааннаккут.
At certain times we put our own rules down so that we don't overhunt in an area for like for moose. The state of Alaska wouldn't do nothing about that. Now they're plentiful in our region where we couldn't hunt before. And over the years, we had a lot of beluga. A lot of they're gone. Caribou is the same thing. Reindeer take them away, and climate change and everything else because of the rain, and hard for them to get food. Now I'm concerned about the fish because it not only affects our village, it affects the Katakum. In certain places in Alaska, they're not allowed to fish. And yet they do nothing about bottom sea trawling. And you all know bottom sea trawling is they tear up the ground in the bottom and they take all the fish and whatever's out there, they throw them away when they could be giving it to somebody else that need it. Our lives here, we all share. I'm sure I know that all of us, when we see somebody in need, we're going to share what we catch. And that's what we're taught by our elders. We learn to look at the clouds and tell what kind of weather we will have. Now they're finding out that through Western studies that what we're saying all along through our myths and our stories from elders, that these are things that are going on. And yet, they're just finding out. But my message here is that I hope when we're done here that we do something about bottom sea trawling. There's got to be some monitoring, some studies done or whatever it is about that, because it's not only affect, like I said, us Inuit packs, it also affects our interior relatives, the Athabascans.
Nakormig Percy, Tema Dungalia.
Our second speaker, go ahead, Gadius.
Thank you. My name is Thaddeus Tikyun, Alaska delegate with the Association of Village Council Presidents, chairman. One thing I'd like to do is add on to what Vivian had talked about earlier, and that is in our area in western Alaska, our salmon numbers are dropping. The Chinook, Chum, and the Coho numbers have dropped drastically. We are now reduced in gathering our subsistence needs of salmon. High seas trawlers are coming in closer to our coastal communities along the shores. We're trying to see if we can create buffer zones to have our salmon return. The numbers and returns are reduced, yet trawlers are allowed to fish close to shore. Studies are now being conducted both by state and federal governments, yet commercial fishing is open in an area controlled by the state, intercepting without any enforcement. Yet we as subsistence users are severely restricted in fishing for our subsistence needs. We as subsistence users of our salmon need to have our voice in the marine environment. The fish spawn in our rivers, head out to the ocean, yet our returns of salmon are greatly reduced. Thank you.
Nakomi Mareluk, Thaddeus. Tema Ohaumamiyok.
Thank you, Claudius. Our next speaker is Aslak.
A lot of words have been said. I'm grateful, and I want to represent myself. I used to be a hunter and fisherman since I was 12 years old in Greenland. And what was said earlier is something that sounds very familiar to me in Greenlandic terms, and I want to voice these concerns also. But the problems that I hear are very similar, although they are not very similar in many areas. What I would like to say has to do with the IMU. In our coastal, close coastal regions, those subsistence hunters, we have 3 nautical miles limit to be used in terms of fisheries. And it's only in a few countries that we are under these regulations. Greenland is one of the sole countries that are restricted in such a way, but big nations are fishing outside our regions, and I would like to voice this concern towards the IMU that we from Greenland should have a 12 nautical mile limit instead of the 3, because we have to we are being severely restricted in terms of fisheries and hunting, and I would also like to mention in terms of whaling. I have been moving around in our country a lot, living off fisheries and hunting, except for the northernmost region. And in terms of whaling, where I am residing now in Nuuk, in central Greenland, in terms of politics, local politics, they have deemed that there should be, our fjord should not be a place where whales can be hunted. So our human rights are being taken away for catching whales in our fjords, and we are endangering our lives to go to remote regions to catch whales. I'm sorry if I am sounding emotional, but it's my lifestyle and it's very hard for me. And tourists are being set in front, and we have been closed off. And what was mentioned earlier is that we are feeling in Greenland that our government is not voicing our concerns, hunters and fishermen, although we are the indigenous populations. And I feel like I would like to commend Alaska for its results and the work that it has been doing. And you have been going to the courts. I congratulate you and recommend you for your results. These are the avenues that I am also considering to be used in the future in Greenland, because it cannot be true that northern countries should be regulated in such a ways in terms of hunting and fishing. We have to work closely together, and therefore I'm very happy that to hear about these results and the work that is being done. And it should be strengthened, that we should prevent pollution, and the ships that are polluting less should be given first priority, and we should start working towards it now. I know it's not going to happen tomorrow, but technology is such a fast pace that it's possible now in terms of fisheries, and that we should also demand from cruise ships that they should transfer to this non-polluting technology. Because we, subsistence hunters, our lifestyle should not be affected by pollution. There is no other avenue to pursue, and we have to go through ICC. I reach out my hands. Let's help one another. Let's share and achieve these results. Thank you.
Goeienaand, Asla. Thema 10 minutes.
We have 10 minutes remaining, and we have 3 people who still wish to speak. They will be the last speakers from Canada. Peter. Thank you, Lisa, and thank you, speakers, to indicate what your priorities are and how you need further support. And it's very soothing to recognize the similar issues. And so we work with our government, whether you're American or whether you're Danish. Their laws are imposed upon ourselves to follow. And that's the situation everywhere, even in Canada. And so I'm at home, and I no longer want anybody else to tell me what laws I must follow now, because we're beyond that. We have rights. They have to consult with us first before enforcing any new laws where we sit at home in our lands. And you just mentioned you have a 3-mile limit for fishing salmon in your waters. There's 180,000 Inuit globally. We are the owners of these waters. With those numbers in mind, we're not a huge number in the population status, but we have certain rights as the first people that were already here in these lands. and we have been in charge of our environments. But when the scientists come and make recommendations based on their research, it usually tends to get followed. We have to change that. We have to be involved. We have to be consulted. And we make the decisions ourselves in our lands, in our traditional lands. So when you talked about subsistence, that is our priority. That's what makes us survive. This is our food we are talking about. Then if there seems to be enough resources, then maybe we can consider economic development, but subsistence is above all the first value to us. And we, like somebody said earlier, wildlife don't enforce by boundaries, or they're free to go where they need. So we are the protectors of our wildlife at the same time. We are the ones.
Advocates.
We are the advocates for protection, and Inuit have to be the ones who can make the decisions that impact them the most. If you go to Chukotka, if you go to Greenland, we traditionally will always follow our traditional lands. When you go there, this is what you need permission for out of respect for the owners of that land. This is one of our traditional lands, but you can't control Inuit and their actions. You give place names for your lands. All those have to be recognized as well. We are the ones that have to be in charge now. We have had laws imposed upon us as a people, and that must stop. When Adami, I will ask Adami to speak further about that, because we want to know what's happening in the United States. They will consult with us. That has to be our stance. However, they have not been involved in any of the drafting of new laws that are enforced in their country. This seems to have been a uniform behavior of the governments that colonized us. And they tell us what laws we have to follow without any consultation, without any information, without any discussion. For example, we have that Northwest Passage, which was named by the English, and they're allowed certain types of boats and yachts and ships in that area. But I predict those sizes will be expanded over time. And we need to be clear. This is what we want as the Inuit. When you come to our waters, you have to keep our waters clean. You can't pollute our waters. We are going to have to make these sorts of statements. And like I said, Adami will add to what I'm saying. And I also want to say thank you to all the various governments of the indigenous people who are slowly starting to recognize Inuit rights. But we have our own traditional laws, and they in turn have to recognize our laws, whether they be Danish or American or Canadians. Inuit are totally capable of making their own laws, abiding by them, and have consideration in implementing them. Thank you. Do you want to continue? I'm giving it to Adami. We do monitoring of our environment department, and I am in charge of that. As international citizens, we have all very similar problems. For example, we talk seemingly against the government, and we say this for years now. We say the same things. And we have grounds and we have reasons. We have strong bases. and we all understand each other's wish to become independent, whether it be regulations or regional laws. Let's look at what we can do together as one, as just ordinary people concerned about moving forward. Let's use our power. I want to give you an example. In the Antarctic, they have come up with an agreement that will help to improve the agreement, that there will be no research and exploration in their area. Why up north in the Arctic area do we not have those same rights? However, we, as the decision makers with power as Inuit, if we can unite and become one, we can have a lot of power together. Let's have one voice. Because I've heard these concerns for many years. This is what we hunt. This is what we need to subsist. We are all alike in that very behavior. This is our culture. And so we have to speak about our environment and protect it from outsiders that could damage it. We have people interested in development, in big projects. But let's move together as one. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you. Thank you, Adami. Very clear, very easy to understand, very strong. Remember, you will also talk about hunting and food subsistence and food security tomorrow.
Finally, the very final. These will be the last speakers, and please try to keep them brief. Your comments. Next speaker.
Briefly, I will say on behalf of the elders, but first I would like to mention that what has been said so far is something that I want to adhere to, that we should protect our waters. That is true. And in terms of shipping lanes and cruise ships, they are increasing in number. And it was mentioned that their numbers were mentioned and how many passengers they can carry. We have large fishing grounds here just off Ilulissat. There's a lot of halibut fishes. It shouldn't be a dumping ground for cruise ships because it's a great fishing area. And I hope that the authorities will listen to this and understand this. And also in the Arctic, what our foods in the Arctic are the same, beluga, narwhal, seal, birds. But regulations is so severe in Greenland, for instance, that for belugas, the quotas are used up very fast in the Disco Bay area, and sometimes elders don't even taste them because they are so expensive now, the Greenlandic food, traditional foods. Our pensions are not huge in Greenland, and when we pay our rent and then we have a small amount left to be used, we can't even use them for Greenlandic food or traditional food because they are so expensive. For instance, I can use an example. A hunter, when he catches and then he sells it to the co-op store, 150 krona for a kilo, and then you can see how in Brusen, in the co-op, it's 400 krona a kilo. So we just watch this. Although people are saying that the government is saying that we should eat healthy foods and dried fish, for instance, halibut are 1,100 per kilo. 1,100 is nothing per kilo. And I'm of the opinion that in the Arctic, the food that we are sustaining us, that we should live off more of the traditional foods instead of imported pork and chicken. We are sick and tired of them, but they are cheaper, and we must use them as elders as a source for food. Thank you. Thank you very much, Casper. Mikkel, thank you. My name is Mikkel Jeremiassen. I've been working for over 20 years for the Sled Dogs Association races. And our Arctic waters freeze up during winter because we're in the Arctic. And the frequency of ice cover in the ice in recent years is declining. But I cannot say that the sled dog is. I won't say that the sled dog is in danger. We're not concerned in Greenland, but in terms of history, when you look back in Canada, our kinsmen in Canada have been. Others have decided to take away the dog sled from them, and we are grieving with you in this regard. But several years ago, there was something called Arctic Nomads with Chukotka representatives from all Arctic countries. We had a course on sled building, and the sledges are in a museum right now. And this is a positive thing. And the Arctic dog sled was lost, but Alaska and Canada and Chukotka, they still have dog sled and sledges. But in Greenland, we have a pure race of sled dog, and we are not concerned about our dog sled. And it is also very strongly protected by law. But one concern is that the food sources are very expensive if you buy them in the stores. But let's be proud that we have these dogs that we have been following, and it will follow us for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Nicole. Now we move to Hjalmar.
Yes, time just flies, and we are going to have to finish our dialogue here right now. First of all, thank you so much for so much information you are passing on to me, both from Canada and from Alaska and from Greenland. We are hearing many things that are very similar, and the priorities and risks and many of the challenges we are facing are very similar to all of us. I am right now noticing that we have three headlines until now. First of all, maritime governance together is something that everybody is saying. It means it sounds as if that we all of us are to work together in ensuring governance of our maritime resources. And also, another thing that I notice is that our mutual voice in the international forum is of great importance to all of you. Involvement and enhancing our rights and also ensuring that our voice is being heard on international forum is something that is being mentioned here. And I think the next step for us now, I think, and also would like to suggest that we should think very careful about these important topics and how we will carry that on further through ICC as a mutual voice. And I think that maritime governance are we to create an Inuit Council for Maritime Governance? And I think that it looks as if it's inevitable. We already have, within the few years, a forum where we work together regarding marine, and that is about wildlife management on maritime, and that is on the PAME, Marine Mammals Protection Committee. And Canada is chairing it. And it will be very exciting to see how the next step is going to be when we discuss these topics tomorrow. But for today, it is very important for what we talked about now. And I think it is so important that we find some sort of a structure on how we will carry that on in the future, and how we will form that is very important. And I suggest that we give it a thought on how we can do it best. Thank you.
Next is Sarah.
Lisa. Thank you so much, Lisa. I would like to thank you so much for so many important topics that have been raised here. Thank you to all of you. It is so wonderful to see that we finally see each other face to face after 5 years, that we have an opportunity to see ourselves in our eyes and share things that are of great importance to us, and also have a nice dialogue and debate about this. And this topic is absolutely of great importance to our Inuit. First of all, thank you so much for Lisa, ICC Vice President of ICC, and also ICC Chair, that she, on behalf of all of us, that she is attending the IMO organization and working really, really hard on our behalf. And she does an excellent job, and thank you so much. And thank you for all that are behind her. Thank you so much that you're working so hard for us. And another thank you I would like to say to ICC Canada, ICC Canada, ICC Alaska, that you all find it important that the maritime utilization of our resources, that you all are attending all negotiations on the other side of in South Korea, negotiating about our living resources. Last time, our executive director attended last time. I would like to suggest that we find more involvement from the Greenland delegation to attend these meetings, because I think it is so important that even though these forums are on the other side of the globe, but still the discussion and the agenda items are of great importance, and it is an opportunity for all of us, also among indigenous peoples, even though it's taking place in South Korea, but still the agenda is so important to all of us to be part of. And I think also we should also be more open-minded to how we can work more flexible than before, how to involve each other so much more. We have been asking for consultative status under IMO, and we are consultative status on IWC now, that we have achieved that now, and our status is there now. And we will further on carry on that spirit and ensure that our voice is to be heard. And the Arctic Seas agreement that we have now, a fisheries agreement, and I know that these negotiations are being carried out through our nation states. And I think that it is important that we, for the future, we think how we can be presented as indigenous peoples under these negotiations on behalf of our states. And I think for the first years, and it is also, we have to say thanks to the nation states that also do not forget us and also involve us in these negotiations at the other end of the globe. I'm very thankful to hear that the maritime governance, that Inuit want to find a new forum on how we can work together, a committee to be created for us to enhance our voice regarding maritime governance. And I think that we don't even have to wait for the next General Assembly for us to go on with this important topic. And I think also it's very important that we ensure that our staff is well equipped to take these important topics also and carry them out on our behalf. And I hope that, of course, as we have to be careful about the different kinds of committees that we are chairing individually. It is so important that we also take care of that it doesn't affect that negatively. When we talk of the ocean and when we talk of Tarayok, thank you, Alaska, for using the word Tarayok, that you are mentioning that you are using the sea. You don't say Imak, you say Tarayok. We have Akalok Lunge has suggested a research ships to be called Tarayok. And because Akalok Lunge knows that the word Tarayok is the sea, and our research ship is named Tarayok. But Imak, it's not just Imak for us, the sea, but it's also sea ice. And the sea conditions can be in many forms. And of course, we have different kinds of terms for sea ice as well. I hear today that what we're talking of is not just the sea, but we're also talking of the sea ice. And we're also talking of an area that we are using as a highway on the sea ice. And I think it is so important that we have that in mind in our minds, and because a lot of people around the world are thinking that the sea is only sea that is liquid, but for us, sea is not always liquid. And also, it reminds me also of the polar sea also has sea ice. We all mentioned that the sea ice on the polar North Pole is melting. And we know also that the North Pole ice retrieving in the North Pole has a great effect on our waters, because it means that the Arctic will no longer be Arctic if the North Pole no longer has ice. The word that we have, Isitok, is cold country, the Arctic, will no longer be Arctic. It will no longer be cold, because it is so important that Isitok has to be Isitok as we know it. And if it is to become very warm, it is what is of greatest concerns for us. While thinking about that, I mentioned also that here in the Disco Bay, I grew up in this bay, and also I'm raised there in Kashigyengwit, one town south of here. I remember back then when I was a child, when I was together with my grandmother and grandfather and their friends, we could go out on the sea ice and fish. And while we were traveling on the sea ice, we could always listen to the sea ice making the noise in the winter, and how wonderful it was to feel that you have a safe ice underneath your feet. And then even our grandparents, they could go out on the ice with their small cars. We can't see that anymore. It's not possible anymore. When I visited my parents in Kashigyengwit in the winter, you see that there's lots of fog. The ice is not strong, and you can walk on it sometimes, and it doesn't sound solid anymore. These are the changes that we all are seeing today in our everyday life that has something to do with our sea ice changing and our waters changing, our maritime changing. And it has a great effect on how we are using our maritime resources. And I think it is very important that we also, our memories, our smells and the odors from our childhood also do change now. And I think all of us probably all of us have experiences that have changed from our childhood till today. And I'm so happy to hear that I feel enriched by knowing that today we are sharing the visions that you all have about our marine environment. The last one I'm going to mention, it's not going to be easy, and that is also in the international collaboration, it is going to be very different, especially in areas where we have legally binding agreements, and especially under IMO. Are the Russians still in it? And how how is our collaboration going to look like in the future? We still have to talk about that, especially when we talk of the Chukotkan fellow Inuit. This shows also that the Arctic collaboration, if that is to be a success, the opportunities and the pathways, even though sometimes there can be politically difficult paths, we have to seize these solutions in order to show that we have mutual collaboration on these policies. I look so much forward to start working about the things that we are facing in ahead. Especially thank you to Canada, to also especially to Lisa, ICC Canada, that you have been fighting really, really brave on our behalf. Thank you so much for now for the good dialogue. Thank you. Grønners.
Thank you very much. What you say is absolutely true. And we, too, thank all of the communities, all of the people who have been right behind us, Andrew Drumbrill, and although not present at this venue, but listening, Stephanie Meakin from Canada. She has also been assisting us at ICC Canada. I thank all of you for the support, the great support we have been receiving when we have been going to the IMO to speak on your behalf, to know whom to speak with, to know which are what policies, and to understand these policies. So this is how we do our work. We are beginning to understand more and more how the IMO functions and how they create policies, and how it is important that we be at the table as well. We need to have our voice there at the policy-making table. Sarah, you have already expressed all of the conclusive comments that should be made, but I will say briefly, before we conclude, a few more brief comments. Your concerns regarding marine governance in the Inuit way is very important, and it is demonstrated again how important it is. So I will personally take these and be able to use them as ammunition. What we heard touched upon many issues, but there are many similarities to these items. The challenges are similar. Your successes are also many in your works that you have been doing, listening to the Alaskan contingent and also arriving at an agreement regarding marine activities in our own region and the importance of supporting our environment. Also, our Inuit practices, our Inuit place names, our Inuit location names on the waters. I took that comment well as well. I believe you may find it okay if I don't respond to all of the comments, but we do know there is an increase in marine traffic. They are also carrying many passengers and creating a lot of pollution that could impact the marine wildlife, impact our fish. They are dumping their bilge waters into our own waters. We want this to stop, absolutely. So we need to create a policy. We also need to be involved in policy development or creation. There was also a comment about a committee perhaps being created regarding marine governance, where Inuit would be the governors. And so this I hear, and I believe everybody agrees on that as well. And as indigenous peoples, our traditional knowledge has to be respected, has to be at the same level as the scientific knowledge in terms of usage and respect. And the researchers are not the only, the scientific knowledge should not be the only knowledge to be used. Inuit traditional knowledge should be included to the same level. We have occupied this land for all the time. The climate change, the global warming puts us into a more risky position. We are seeing high winds. The wildlife, the marine wildlife can go anywhere they would like to go. There are no physical boundaries stopping them from going where they will. And so we support them. They are our subsistence, and we must protect them. If we speak about ship or vessel traffic, there were many comments made about oil drilling, for example. We are lacking in preparation in terms of response if there were to be an oil spill that would impact our lifestyle greatly. We are ill prepared to respond to such an event. Our equipment is minimal. We need to address this as well. Now, regarding IMO, your support of IMO, you expressed that well, all of you. Thank you very much. And we must continue to address all that are impacting our marine waters that can do damage to what is in the waters. So we need to protect our ocean. But I will stop here for now. I believe we have expressed well what we wanted to express. Thank you all very much. Let's keep up our work. Thank you.
It's a little bit practical information, and thank you very much for this session. I will say this in English and Greenlandic, so there's no need for interpretation. We have a closed session starting at 3:30, so which means that we will have it will only be for delegates, staff, interpreters, of course, some security, and then our technicians. Matuqasimik atatsimi toqartussaammat atatsimiinnermi peqatausat taamaallaaput ICC paallartitai sulisut nut oqalutsit tiknikkilerisut taavalu matuni paarsisut taamaamet qinnuissaavagut taakkunaniingitsut.
He's saying the same thing both in Greenlandic and English.
Manisangit. Anisippas. Thank you, and let's have a break for 20 minutes. Thank you.